Hello everyone, this is Logan59XP here, and what you just saw was the original E3 2013 reveal trailer. Yes, it really has been that long, yeah. I figured I'd go ahead and play that. I haven't watched it in a long time. It's nowhere near as iconic as the Smash 4 reveal trailer from the same time, but we'll talk about Smash 4 when we get to its anniversary later this year. But today, it's all about Mario Kart 8, because yes, your eyes do not deceive you, you've seen the title. It's true. Today is May 29th, 2024. Exactly 10 years ago today, in Japan at least. I know, I debated whether or not I was going to do this today or tomorrow, but I'm going to do it today, because today technically is the anniversary in Japan. Now, the anniversary for us in the West is tomorrow on the 30th, but close enough. You know, as far as I'm concerned, the day it first launches, period, is the day that counts to me. Like, for example, obviously things may change, and obviously we'll see what happens when the time comes, but when I do the Smash 4, because, oh yeah, I'm totally gonna do Smash 4, like, anniversary streams for both versions, by the way, both 3DS and Wii U later this year when those anniversaries come up. Now, Mario Kart 8's anniversary is very close together. Again, Japan would be today on the 29th, the US and Europe would be tomorrow on the 30th, and for Australia it would be on the 31st. They're all very close together. It's basically a time zone difference more than anything else, but Smash 4, or Smash 3DS especially, this applies to both versions, but especially Smash 3DS, first came out in Japan, I believe, on September 13th. I could be wrong about that. I think it was September 13th is when Smash 3DS came out in Japan, and we had to wait like 3 weeks to get in the West. It was miserable. Okay, maybe a bit of an exaggeration there, but man, if you were not there at the time, this really could be an entire video in and of itself. But like, man, remember when Nintendo used to put out big flagship games and Japan would get them like even just a few weeks early? Like, that concept, I mean, forget months. I mean, Fire Emblem or Xenoblade, you're waiting like 6 months to a year for the localization. But even for Smash 3DS to come out in like a month earlier, basically, in Japan, that is a completely foreign concept to like the Nintendo we have now. Could you imagine them putting out a game as big as Smash and having that big of a gap between the Western and Japan? Like, that nowadays it's unthinkable, because during the Switch era, now everything is day one everywhere, right? There's no waiting for the localization like the old days. Everything comes out worldwide the same day, no matter the franchise, which is great, but it really is one of those, back in my day, we had to wait 3 weeks, or we had to wait months for the localization, you know, like, that's the kind of thing that, yeah, but again, that's a whole other conversation that we can have for when we talk about Smash 3DS and Wii U later this year. But this is the Mario Kart stream, dang it. And as you can see, we have the Wii U booted up for the first time since the stream I did last month when the online was being shut down. And speaking of the online, so obviously, Pretendo exists. I have an account for it. I signed up for it. I even have the plugin installed on the Wii U. In fact, I'll show you. Proof. Actual proof. Let's put in the button combination. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, I got Aroma. I got everything up to date. You know, I got a bunch of plugins here, and here, where is it? Yeah, Inkay. Inkay is the Pretendo plugin connected to the Nintendo or Pretendo network. I have it turned off at the moment because I don't have it fully set up. Like, I don't have my Pretendo account on the Wii U, so like I can't really use it. I haven't quite figured that whole thing out, but frankly, it's not fully operational yet anyway, and as far as I can tell, the beta servers are only available to like Patreon members or whatever, or donators, so it's not like I could really use it anyway, as far as I know. I could be wrong on that. I do follow the Pretendo Discord, but that's mainly just for updates and stuff, like a lot of Discords. Like, I don't actually interact with like almost any of the Discords I'm in. I basically just have them for news. Like, I follow all the emulator Discords, you name it. Ryujinx, Simu, Dolphin, Project 64, Lime 3DS, which is the unofficial successor basically to Citra. It's kind of the main fork that's emerged. It's kind of like the one that people have, it's kind of main, because there was Lemonade for a while, but then there was some drama that happened and it got shut down, not because of Nintendo or anything, but just because like the project itself fell apart. And now Lime 3DS is basically the Citra fork to use. That's what I'm using right now. But again, this is a whole other conversation that we could be having in another stream. The point being is I have Pretendo installed on the console, but I don't actually have my account on here, and I'm not entirely sure how that works, but frankly, I don't think I can use it right now anyway. But that's okay, because this is Mario Kart. This is not Splatoon, where the game is like online based, essentially. I mean, Splatoon's not an online only game. I mean, it has the single player, but you know, like the multiplayer component of Splatoon 1 especially. So for Splatoon, you know, 2 and 3, you know, they have the LAN mode, but in Splatoon 1, it's on, like, the online is the only way to play that game online. So you would need Pretendo to play that online again. But Mario Kart is not like that, because Mario Kart is totally playable offline just fine, so we're just going to play offline. It's not a big deal. We can mess with Pretendo some other day, and in a year from now, when we get to Splatoon 1's 10-year anniversary, I'm sure by that point, everything will be worked out, everything will be functional, and there won't be any issues, and then we can just use it, and it'll be great, and that'll be great for next year when that anniversary rolls around. But for Mario Kart 8, right now, for the original Wii U version, we're just going to play the game offline. We're not going to mess with Pretendo online, if that even works at the moment. But that's not a big deal. So yeah, let's just go ahead, boot it up here. So yeah, as you can see, I got my homebrew folder full of a bunch of homebrew stuff, you know, the homebrew app store. I got a dumpling here, which I actually used not too long ago, like about a month ago, to like rip all of my Wii U games, because all of the Wii U stuff I had for Cemu was from Wii U USB helper, which is half legit. It's half legit in the sense that it uses the Nintendo servers, I think, to download the games, but of course it's not actually your own copies, and I want to have my stuff be as legit as I possibly can. So like a month or two ago, I like ripped all of my Switch games, ripped all of them. So now every Switch game I have for Ryujinx is all 100% my own copy with all the DLCs and everything. And I wanted to do the same thing for Cemu. So now all of the Wii U games I have on my computer for Cemu are all 100% my own copies, you know, for what that's worth, you know. But anyways, that's a whole other conversation. Anyway, let's just go ahead and hop into this. Mario Kart 8, the original Wii U version that launched 10 years ago today. 10 years, man. This game, I mean, we all know this game is old. We all know it. People have been clamoring for 9 or 10, or, you know, that whole debate of is Tour 9 or whatever. That's a whole other conversation. I guess if you want the long and short of it, in my opinion, Tour, I think Tour at best is kind of what, like, the non, like, it's kind of like what Let's Go, and especially the Legends games are to Pokemon, where they're mainline, but they're not full mainline, because they're, like, kind of their own thing. It's kind of like that. I think that's the absolute best you could play something like Tour. Tour is still not a full mainline game, but with the Booster Course Pass, they did kind of legitimize it as at least a proper title of some kind by, you know, including it alongside all the console titles. And of course, we got like all of the city tracks and most of the new tracks from Tour, except for that one track. There's like one track we didn't get in the Booster Course Pass that was in Tour. I think it's like a Piranha Plant like pipe track, not to be confused with the Piranha Plant pipe track from 3DS from Mario Kart 7. That's a completely different track, but anyways. So yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna do all of the Grand Prix essentially. Something I have not done, I think, in a very long time. I have not gone through all the Grand Prix in a long time in general. So we're just gonna go, yeah, here's the original roster. Well, it's not actually the original roster, because of course we have the original DLC characters like Link and stuff. But, you know, this is the original Wii U roster, essentially, you know. So who are we gonna play as here? Are we gonna play as anyone in particular? Or are we gonna play as a me? You know, we can always play as a me. I don't have that many costumes on the Wii U version. In fact, A fun fact, I think I actually mentioned this I think I mentioned this when we did the Wii U online shutting down stream from last month, but actually, so these two right here, Kirby and Link, those are from my amiibos that I got when they first came out alongside Smash Wii U in November 2014. I still have them, although Link unfortunately has been decapitated for a long time, so he doesn't have a head anymore. But the amiibo, we still have them, and they still work just fine, obviously. But these amiibo costumes, like the Mario and the Luigi and stuff, these I actually got from my friend Dylan, aka Green Engineer on YouTube. We've done like a couple of streams together and stuff, but anyways, so back in the day, he actually let me borrow these amiibos because he had all these amiibos just so I could get the skins for Mario Kart 8. So yeah, shout out to him from like 10 years ago, and he let me do that. Now, of course, I could very easily mod or hack the skins in, or just download like 100% save and throw it on here. Like, obviously, it's very easy to unlock the rest of the skins if I really want to. And I will at some point for both this version and Deluxe, but I just haven't felt like it. But I will at some point. I know it's pretty easy to do. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and... what should we do? What should we do? I guess we'll go ahead and start out with good old Mario then. May as well. And we're gonna go about as bone stock as you possibly can here. For the first cup. We're gonna go bone stock for the first cup. Bone stock. So right now I'm actually using the Wii U Pro controller. I'm not using the gamepad like I was for the last stream. I think for the last stream I just used the gamepad. No. Okay, I used the gamepad for Splatoon because you have to use the gamepad with Splatoon basically. And then for Smash Wii U, I think I used the GameCube controller. Or did I use the Pro controller? I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't used the Wii U Pro controller on a regular basis in a long time, as you can imagine, because I haven't used the Wii U on a regular basis in a long time. But yeah, here we go. So I think I may have told this story before. I think I probably brought it up. I probably brought this up in the April stream for the Wii U Online. But my first time playing Mario Kart 8 was actually not on release day. It was actually a few weeks prior. For those of you that may remember this, at least here in the US, GameStop had a special demo for Mario Kart 8 you could play in I think early, a few weeks before it came out, sometime in early to mid-May. You could go there and you could play an exclusive demo that had a couple of the early tracks and stuff. But it wasn't the entire game from what I remember. It's been a long time, and I'm sure there's videos out there that show the demo and what exactly was in it. But from what I remember, I think the first 2 cups I think were playable. And I don't think I think the entire roster may have been playable. But I know that not all of the cups were playable. I don't know. It's been it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years since I've played that GameStop demo. But if anyone that remembers that demo from way back then, or has seen the video on it in more recent years, if anyone knows what tracks you could play on, what cups you could play on in that original GameStop demo, I would love to know. I think it was only the Mushroom and Flower Cup. It was only the early tracks from what I remember, but I could be wrong. I know for a fact that you couldn't do Rainbow Road or anything. That was definitely not in there. As for the roster, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe the entire base roster was there, and by base roster I mean no unlocks, right? Like just the bone stock, no save. That may have been also what was there, but again, I don't know. It's been a very long time, But yeah, I mean, this game, man, I've said it before and I will continue to say it. This game, even the original Wii U version, which only runs at 720p, most of the time. I think it can dip lower than that. I think it can dip to like 648p occasionally, but it's pretty much a 720p game, which, you know, for the Wii U was pretty typical. It was rare for a game to hit higher than 1080p, higher than 1080p resolution. Oh, I wish the Wii U could do higher than 1080p. Heck, I wish the Switch could do higher than 1080p, but no, what I mean is most Wii U games were basically 720p or around 720p. 3D World was 720p. This was 720p. Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD were 1080p, but those were, you know, older games, so that wasn't really surprising. But like most of the big games, you know, Xenoblade I think was 720p. I think Xenoblade X was 720p, or at least a dynamic 720p. I don't know. It's been a really long time, and also I never played that game, so I don't have first-hand experience. But essentially, if there was a major Splatoon 1 was 720p, I think Paper Mario Color Splash and Star Fox Zero were 720p. Basically, most you know, first party games were 720p or around that on Wii U, which was pretty typical for the time, and you know, whatnot. But there were some exceptions, the most notable one being, of course, Smash Wii U, which ran at a blistering 1080p 60 FPS for the Wii U, which was pretty awesome. I mean, of course it was going to be 60 FPS. It's Smash. Smash has always been 60 FPS. Even the original game on N64 was 60 FPS. But, you know, to have a 1080p 60 FPS game on Wii U was pretty dang awesome, because I remember how big of a leap that was. Going from Brawl at 480p to Wii U at 1080p, or even Smash 3DS to Wii U, because of course 3DS came out first, and I was playing 3DS, of course, at the time. So going from Smash 3DS even to Smash Wii U was a monumental leap. Like that is the kind of leap we're never gonna get ever again. Like, you know, say what you will about the Wii U's power, you know, being underpowered compared to the PS4 and Xbox One, and it was, obviously, by a noticeable amount. It was basically a beefed up 360. Like, the Wii U was basically an Xbox, it was basically a 360 Pro, so to speak. Like, it was, you know, around the power of a 360, but it had more RAM, you know, going from 512 megs to 2 gigs, you know, it had a better GPU, a more modern GPU with more VRAM and more features and stuff like that. Although the CPU, I think the CPU was actually worse than the 360, because the 360's CPU was a tri-core power PC at like 3.2 gigahertz, and the Wii U's CPU, which I think was codenamed Espresso. Like a lot of the Wii U's code names are like based on like, you know, coffee or whatever. So like the code name for the Wii U is Project Latte, and then the CPU I believe was Espresso, and then I forget what the GPU was called, but the GPU was also something like coffee or drink related. But the Wii U's CPU, maybe there was an IPC increase. I don't know, but the Wii U's CPU was a 1.24 gigahertz tri-core power. So it was like, so on paper, assuming that there was no IPC bump, especially because by that point, PowerPC was very much on its way out, right? You know, Apple had ditched PowerPC in 2005 and transitioned over to Intel, and you know, PowerPC was on its way out the door. You know, nowadays PowerPC is basically dead. If it's still being used, it's purely as a legacy format for old computers or something. Like, I know there are Linux distros out there that support PowerPC, which is neat, but outside of edge cases like that or like old hardware, like, yeah, like PowerPC is pretty much dead. And in fact, the Wii U was the last big consumer-facing product to use PowerPC, because of course the GameCube and the Wii used PowerPC, and the 360 used PowerPC. I don't think the PS3 did. I could be wrong about that, because of course the PS3 had, you know, the cell architecture, right? The famous cell architecture, you know, that was infamously hard to program for or whatever. But yeah, but yeah, the Wii U was the last big, well, big in my opinion, the last big, you know, consumer-facing, you know, like, it was a console, right? Like, it was one of the big, you know, it wasn't like a Mattel whatever or something like that. Like, it was, you know, it was one of the big three, you know, even if it was behind the PS4 and Xbox One, it was a big consumer-facing product. You know, it was Nintendo's next-generation console, and it had PowerPC. It was the last big one, 2012. You know, like, I can't think of a single notable thing that used PowerPC architecture after that point. but I could be wrong. By all means, let me know in the chat if you can think of any like notable PowerPC, anything that really existed after the Wii U, because I think that was kind of the last big hurrah of the PowerPC architecture in a consumer-facing device, you know? But anyways, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so basically, despite the Wii U's anemic hardware by comparison, like, the Wii U managed to put out some pretty good-looking games, and Mario Kart 8, in my opinion, is the best-looking game on Wii U. Even though it doesn't have as high of a resolution as Smash Wii U, and Smash Wii U still looks good, especially at 1080p. Like, man, like again, oh yeah, this was the thing I was talking about before I got off track with the PowerPC thing, but like, I remember when Smash, and again, I'm sure I'll talk about this again when Smash Wii U's anniversary comes around, but like, I remember when, like, you know, going to GameStop, picking up my pre-order for Smash Wii U and those Link and Kirby amiibos I talked about earlier, coming home, popping it in, you know, and playing it on my 1080p TV, and just seeing the UI, in crystal clear 1080p. Forget the gameplay, just the UI was like a, holy crap, this is a huge upgrade. And then of course you play the game and it's like night and day compared to like Brawl or Smash 3DS. Like, it was so clear. Like, the leap, man, we're not gonna get that leap ever again. And look, I love 4K, I love 1440p, I love high resolutions, but I'm not gonna sit here and pretend for a millisecond that the leap from like 1080p to 4K is anywhere near the leap from like 480p to 1080p or 480p to 720p even. It just isn't. You have the law of diminishing returns and all that, right? Like, it's gonna be awesome on the Switch 2 to have, you know, Nintendo games designed for a 4K resolution. I mean, obviously they're gonna have DLSS and stuff. It's not gonna be native, but still, like, you know, getting a higher resolution, you know, first-party titles, you know, on official hardware, because obviously Ryujinx exists and all that, but officially having, you know, a 4K Nintendo console is going to be awesome. But it's not going to be the same as the leap from the... Like, that's the funny thing, is the leap from the Wii to the Wii U was a huge leap. It really was. Like, if you were there at the time... And again, if you had played Mario Kart 8 when it first came out, if you had played Smash Wii U when it first came out, I mean, Mario Kart 8 compared to Mario Kart Wii, and I love Mario Kart Wii. Mario Kart Wii is, if it's like, it's up there. It's like, I kind of go back and forth. Like, what do I like more? I think Mario Kart Wii compared to Wii U original Mario Kart 8, I think Wii wins. But if we're comparing it against, you know, Deluxe with all of the content and the Booster Course Pass and everything, then I think Mario Kart 8 wins. But, you know, Mario Kart Wii is one of my favorite Mario Karts. It's an absolute classic, you know? but Mario Kart Wii compared to Mario Kart 8 is night and frickin' day. Even on an emulator, even on Dolphin boosted up to 4K, I mean, it's not even close. Like, even, you know, Mario Kart 8 at 4K on like Cemu or Ryujinx versus Mario Kart Wii at 4K on Dolphin, I mean, it's just night and day. Like, the leap is monumental, and we're never gonna get that leap ever again. The jump from standard def to high def is a leap we're never gonna get ever again. Like, I mean, Mario Kart 9/10, again, depending on what they end up calling it, because again, that's a whole debate. I personally, I don't care what they call it. They can call it 9, they can call it 10, either one of those is fine. But whatever they end up calling it, like the next Mario Kart, I'm sure it's gonna look amazing. But it's not gonna be the same leap. It just won't be. They could have, you know, ray tracing or whatever. I mean, technically it's possible. I mean, the Switch 2 is going to have ray tracing hardware. Now, obviously, I don't think anyone's expecting them to do too much with that. It's still a, you know, Ampere, you know, Tegra, you know, they're not going to be able to do too much with it. But I mean, even if they are able to crank out, like, you know, some really good ray tracing on the next Mario Kart or whatever they end up doing with it, it won't be the same as the leap from Wii to Wii U. It can't be. Like, you know, again, the law of diminishing returns. You can only have that big leap once. You can only go from standard def to high def once. Going from HD to 4K is a good jump. but it's not going to be the same as it was going from, yeah, you get the point. You get the point. I'm just kind of repeating myself at this point, but yeah. Alrighty then, so we got the mushroom cup there. I guess we'll do Luigi next. I don't know. We'll just, I don't know. I'll just kind of, you know, whatever. Doesn't really matter who we play as here, but yeah. Yeah, going back to the GameStop demo though for a second. The GameStop demo is something I've always remembered because I still associate a lot of these early tracks with that demo, like Sweet Sweet Canyon, for example, that we played a little while ago. I associate that with the GameStop demo because that's the first time I played it. Same for Water Park, you know, same for this. This one not as much, but like, yeah, those like early tracks I just associate with that demo so strongly. Alrighty then, so this right here is like the track, right? Like if we're talking about what is the track that when you hear Mario Kart 8, what's the track you think of? This is the track, right? You know, this is the one that's on the box. This is the one that was in the reveal trailer that you saw at the beginning of the stream. Like, you know, this is the track. You know, this is the one that's shaped like an 8, right? I mean, look at the mini map. Look at the mini map in the corner. That is literally the Mario Kart 8 logo, right? I mean, as you saw again in the trailer, even like, this is the track. Is it the best track in the game? No, but this is definitely the most iconic track when you think Mario Kart 8, especially like vanilla Mario Kart 8. Like, this is the track you think of, right? This is just, you know, it's all, you know, this is the one, you know? This track also is a bit iconic because not only because of Mario Kart 8 itself, but because of course this track is in Smash Wii U and Ultimate, right? This is in Smash Wii U and Ultimate as a stage, which is kind of cool. I never really played on it much, but you know, it was I was honestly very surprised at the time in a way to see us get a stage that new, you know, because you know. Mario Kart 8 only came out like 5 months before or whatever. Like, you know, it didn't come out, you know, that much before Smash Wii U, and yet there was a track. there was a stage in the game that was from Mario Kart 8, and there was a remix. You know, the Cloud Top Cruise, you know, got a remix in Smash Wii U, and it's like, really, already? Like, it gets like they didn't have to do a remix already. Like, the game was still pretty new. Like, it was kind of weird that they did something that new, you know? I mean, because we didn't have a Galaxy stage in Brawl. They totally could have, but there wasn't. You know, like, you know, so like, I'm not, you know, I wasn't used to the idea of us getting, you know, stuff that up to date. Because generally speaking, that's not really how it works. It's normally not that up to date. I mean, heck, we got a Woolly World stage and the game wasn't even out yet, right? Like, Woolly World came out in 2015. I mean, they first announced it in 2013 under the name Yarn Yoshi, for those of you that remember, but like, yeah, I don't know. The idea of getting something that new, because that didn't even happen with Ultimate, right? Like, Ultimate didn't even get that. I mean, Ultimate, of course, had, you know, Breath of the Wild and Odyssey stages, obviously, but those games were like a year old at that point. They weren't, you know, 6 months old or 4 months old, you know, like they were like a year out by comparison. Then again, what big Switch game came out in 2018 that they would put a stage in for? You know, that's kind of the, because that's the thing about, you know, and I'm sure this will get, I'm sure we'll talk about it, because I'm sure we're gonna do like a Switch retrospective video at some point. Whether it's a discussion with me and Ethan or whatever, or it's like a proper video, like I'm sure that I'm going to make some kind of like, you know, Switch retrospective, you know, looking back at the Switch era. And I can already tell you right now, 2018, from what I remember, was mostly ports and remasters and DLCs and updates up until the end of the year when we got Let's Go, which was a remake that was controversial at the time, at least. I think it probably is looked back upon better now because of all the stuff that's happened with Pokemon since Let's Go. But again, I don't know. I don't really follow the Pokemon community or anything, so I don't know what the opinion of that game really truly is right now. But The impression I've gotten from a very outsider perspective is that it is looked back upon better than it used to, but that's beside the point. But let's ignore Pokemon, because frankly, a Pokemon remake was never going to be as big as the actual big game that year, which of course was the Super Smash Bros. Of the Ultimate. That was their big game, right? That was the game of 2018. It was the game that got all the hype, it's the game that got all the trailers, it's the game that was their entire focus of E3 2018, pretty much. Not in the same way that, like, Breath of the Wild was their entire focus for E3 2016. It wasn't quite on that same level, you know, but, like, if, like, the E3 2018 Direct was such a weird Direct in retrospect, because it was like, it was like a regular bog standard, like, vanilla mini Direct with a full-blown, like, Smash Direct stapled on. It was, like, really weird. Like the Direct started pretty normal, and it was just a regular, like, mini Direct that wasn't, like, all that, you know, like, it was pretty standard. Yeah, the new Mario Party, oh, hey, look, Fortnite's coming to the Switch or whatever. Like, you know, whatever they even announced in that mini part of the Direct. And then all of a sudden, it was like, okay, we're gonna go over to Sakurai and talk about Smash. And then hard cut to the old, like, Smash 4 style, like, Smash Direct format. It was, like, really weird. it was legit, like, they stapled two Directs together. It was, like, really weird. It wasn't a problem or anything. It was just weird, like, in retrospect. Like, even at the time, like regular, like, vanilla mini Direct, and then hard cut to a Smash Direct with all of the Smash Direct style transitions and everything. It was, like, very strange, but anyways. But, you know, my point is yeah, what would they have put in realistically? I mean, Mario Tennis Aces, I guess, came out that year, but, like, it's not really a big enough game, and also wasn't received super well. Yeah, I'm not sure what they would have put in for 2018, really. Because, yeah, there was no big games in 2018 really outside of, like, Ultimate and, like, Let's Go, really. For what I remember, if anyone else can think of something notable from 2018 that was first party or whatever, that was, like, a big game, then by all means, but I can't think of anything else other than, like, Ultimate and to a lesser extent Let's Go. And those both came out, like, at the end of the year, right? Like, you know, November, December. Anyways, enough about that. Let's get back to Mario Kart here. It's very easy for me to drift off and talk about other things, so one thing about Mario Kart 8, the original Wii U version, that is something that I never noticed until it was pointed out, and now I can't not see it. And I'm going to ruin, and I'm about to ruin the original Wii U version for all of you, so apologies in advance. If you like follow the technical details of things, you probably will have heard of this already. But the original Wii U, this is not the case in Deluxe. In Deluxe, this is fixed, but in the original Wii U version of Mario Kart 8, there is a weird bug where the game doesn't actually run at 60 FPS. It runs at, like, 59.94 FPS or something, or there's some, like, weird frame pacing issue. I forget what exactly I think it's a frame pacing issue. So what that means is the game will never really truly 100% look 100% stable 60 FPS. And it's not because the game is dropping frames, it's because of, like, a frame pacing issue that they never fixed. In the original Wii U version. In Deluxe, it's not there. So Deluxe is a flawless 60 FPS, no problems there. But in the Wii U version, there's a frame pacing bug that they never fixed. In fact, I think that that frame pacing bug was, I think, one of my first ever Digital Foundry videos, because Digital Foundry did a video on Mario Kart 8 way back in the day, and I think that was one of the first videos I ever saw from them. I think they're the ones that kind of broke the news on that, like, weird frame pacing bug. And the thing is, I didn't even notice it at first. But now, like, even right now, as I'm playing this game, and you know, we're not playing online, so there's no online stuff being taken into account here. You know, this is just a local match, right? And I can notice every once in a while, I can see it hitch a little bit. It's small. It's not a game-breaking problem or anything, but I can notice it. Whereas whenever I play Deluxe, it's just 60, and there's no like hitching or anything. It's like a really weird thing, because that's something that like at least internal games have never really had a problem with. Again, external games maybe, but I can't think of any other like big first party like Nintendo game that like they made themselves that would have that, like, has like a frame pacing. A frame pacing has never really been a problem in Nintendo games for the most part. Obviously, this is one of the exceptions. But that's just kind of an interesting little fun fact, I guess, if those of you didn't know that, yeah, the original Wii U version is like not really a proper full 60 FPS because of that weird frame pacing bug. That like most people would probably never notice, but if you notice it, you will notice it. Again, doesn't make the game unplayable, but you will notice it. You will definitely notice it if you can notice it. Especially if you're very used to playing Deluxe, which of course most of us are, because of course once Deluxe came out, everyone stopped playing the Wii U version. So, you know, going back to the original Wii U version, like every once in a while, just seeing the game kind of like hitch or something. Like you can just notice the game, like it feels like there's just something getting in the way every once in a while, where like it just suddenly like stops being smooth for a second. Like, yeah, that's why. Oh, whoops. So actually, so I mentioned how at some point I'm probably going to end up doing, you know, not anytime soon, I'm probably going to wait a little while for this to happen, but at some point I'm definitely going to end up doing a, like, you know, Switch era retrospective discussion or something, probably with Ethan at some point. And speaking of discussions with Ethan, this is a bit of a heads up. I think I've mentioned this on streams and stuff or whatever, but I have been meaning to do a Switch 2 video for a while, like for at least a year. It's been on the to-do list, but obviously, as everyone is very well aware by now, putting out videos in a timely, regular basis is not exactly my thing at the moment. But I have tried on several occasions this year to get one out the door. And I actually thought I was getting some decent progress on one of them until all of a sudden, Ethan was like, hey, you want to do a Switch 2 discussion? And I was like, yeah, sure. And that's probably what we're going to do at this point. So we were going to record it like a week ago, but, oops, I completely screwed up right there. We were going to record it like last week, but like we ended up getting sidetracked and it just never really ended up happening. But that is something that is definitely going to happen. And I can say that pretty definitively because this is a discussion. This is not a regular video. Like, the Switch 2 thing was going to be a regular video, but now we're just going to have it be a discussion of some kind. So, you know, it's just, you know, press the record button, talk, and, you know, that's about it. I mean, I'm going to try and do some like editing because, it's not going to be a Nincast because the Nincast is being retired for the time being. I want to do something different with the discussion videos and not have them be tied to like a specific series, especially because there's not really any point in the Nincast being a thing anyway, because the Nincast is supposed to be a pun on podcast, you know, Nintendo podcast. But one, the Nincast has never really been fully about Nintendo anyway. And two, a podcast is something that happens regularly, like, you know, every week or every month or something, right? But, I mean, how often have I done Nincasts? Like, not consistently at all. It's never been consistent. Even back in, like, 2016, it was never consistent. But, like, you know, the idea of a podcast is it's supposed to be this continuous thing that happens, like, every week or every other week. You know, there's a schedule to it. But there's never a schedule there's never been a schedule for the Nincast for me over all these years. So I'm kind of like that, and also I think the name has kind of run its course, and also I kind of want to do, like, I personally am retiring the Nincast branding for now. I'm not gonna say forever, because knowing me, I'm gonna want to resurrect it at some point, but I have been trying to come up with a new podcast name that's neutral, that isn't tied to a specific brand or anything, but I can't think of one that's good, and I don't want to do something dumb like the Logan 589XP podcast or something like that. I want to have a good name, but I can't think of one. So you know what we're gonna do? We're just not gonna have a name. In fact, we're not even gonna have a podcast. We're just gonna have discussion videos. So like the current name I have working for that Switch video is like the Switch speculation discussion with Duo Force, which is Ethan's like online name or whatever. Like that's the current working title, and I have a thumbnail ready for it, and it doesn't, and it's gonna, you know, it's gonna, yeah. So, and we're gonna have images on the screen, like instead of having like that like cookie cutter, you know, like deliberately cookie cutter, but yeah, like the cookie cutter like format where I have the logo at the top, the title in the middle, and then the date on the bottom. That's a holdover from along that dates all the way back to like Multimedia J Radio style, which is the inspiration for the series. But I think that, yeah, I think it's time I put that kind of that format to kind of to bed for a while at least, and do something a little different. But point is, yeah, be on the lookout for a Switch 2 speculation discussion with Ethan sometime, probably next month, because of course it's like the end of May now, so it's not gonna happen now. But like, I'm thinking I might wait until after the June Direct. Now we already know that it's not gonna be that there's not gonna be the Switch 2 in the June Direct. We already know that. But, you know, I figured I may as well wait, you know, because that's gonna most likely be the final Switch Direct, right? For the current Switch. That's most likely gonna be the final one. We don't know that 100%. They haven't said it 100%, but the impression is that that will most likely be the final Direct centered on the current system. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't announce stuff for the current Switch afterwards. Like, I'm sure there's going to be ports and small things here and there they'll probably be putting on the current Switch for at least the next year or so. That might be a thing, but in terms of, like, you know, being the focus, I think this June Direct is going to be the last one. And the September Direct is going to have Switch 2 stuff in it, or whatever, or maybe in the Switch, in the September Direct, that might be the Direct where they announce that the Switch 2 is like coming, but they won't actually announce it there. Now, of course, we already know it's coming because, of course, there was that tweet from Furukawa that I made that community post about. But what I'm talking about is, okay, so remember in 2021 during the September Direct when they were like, hey, we're not going to announce the next Smash character here, but we're going to announce it later. That I think is essentially what they're going to do. They're probably, because I don't think it's not going to be in the September Direct itself, probably, but, well, maybe, I don't know. Again, we'll end up talking about this in that discussion video, I'm sure, but like, when exactly are they going to announce the Switch 2? Because it's going to be this year. That's all but certain. I mean, yes, Furukawa said physical year, so that could include, you know, March, you know, February, January 2025. But, like, let's be real here. This console is going to be announced. We're going to know what it looks like. We're going to have a logo for it. We're probably going to see some snippets of some games. We're going to know that by the end of the year. But my expectation is that they're going to essentially do what they did last time and do it literally copy-paste. So that means we're going to get the trailer, like the trailer for it, where we have, you know, people walking around or whatever, and we get to see the little 5-second clip on the TV of, oh, look, there's the new 3D Mario. Oh, look, there's the next this. Oh, look, that. We're going to get that in, like, October or November. And then in, like, January, we'll get, like, the big Switch 2 presentation that has, like, all of the games for the next year or so. And then the console will come out on, like, May 7th. That's my current prediction right now. Right, you know, mark your calendars. My genuine current prediction is March 7th. Why March 7th? Well, that's because The original Switch came out on March 3rd, which was a Friday. But March 3rd, and as much as I would like them to launch it on March 3rd again for, you know, symbolism or whatever, they're not going to do that because that would be on a Tuesday, I believe. I believe March 3rd next year would be a Tuesday. So instead, I think, but Friday is the 7th, I think. I could be wrong, but essentially, I believe March 7th would be like the March 3rd equivalent for 2025. So if they wanted to launch it at effectively the same time, March 7th, 2025 is my current, you know, put it on your calendars, mark your bets. March 7th, 2025 is my official prediction for when the Switch 2 will actually release. We'll get the presentation in January, and we'll get the reveal in like October or November. Now, I really doubt this is gonna happen, but what if this is not gonna happen? Let's make this crystal clear. Crystal clear. This is not gonna happen. But what if they actually announced it at the Game Awards? They're not gonna do that. One, because Nintendo hasn't been as prominent at the Game Awards in recent years, but also because like that is way too big of a thing to not reveal on their own terms, right? I mean, yes, Microsoft revealed the Series X at the Game Awards in 2019, and that was cool and that was a surprise, but Microsoft, at least at the time, they didn't have their equivalent event, right? You know, Sony has State of Play and the PlayStation showcases, which, by the way, there's going to be a State of Play tomorrow, so stay tuned for that because I will be streaming that tomorrow. Not that I'm expecting much from it, but I will be tuning into that, you know, see what, you know, maybe we'll get something. I mean, there's been rumors of like Spider-Man DLC or whatever, you know, whatever they end up having, because obviously right now Sony's first-party lineup is kind of thin on the ground for this year, from what I remember, but I could be wrong about that. But anyways, there's going to be a PlayStation, not a PlayStation showcase, a State of Play. Those are two different things. Which, by the way, that's something that I wish Nintendo would do, because they used to have something like that. Because back in the day, back in like the Wii U 3DS era, in the early Switch era, there used to be Nintendo Direct, which is, you know, Direct, so your standard Directs that we all know. And then they had the digital events, which was their big event where they would have all the big stuff. They had that in 2014, 2015, and then they had a spiritual successor to it called Nintendo Spotlight in 2017, and these had a different styling, a different look, and a somewhat different format from the typical Nintendo Direct, but they were still Directs, but they were their own special thing that was separate from the regular format. And I think it's a real shame that they ditched that. Like, I personally did not like how the last couple of E3s were basically just regular Directs with the E3 logo slapped on it. I personally was not a fan of that. I mean, the first one to technically do that was E3 2018 with, again, that weird like mini Direct with like a Smash Direct stapled onto it. But Smash was a big enough deal that I let that one slide. Like, Smash was such a big deal, and also Smash is my favorite franchise, so I'm biased. Like, I feel like their E3 being centered around Smash so heavily that year was big enough that I'm gonna let that one slide. But E3 2019 and 2021 were just regular bog standard Directs that had the word E3 scribbled on them. That's not to say that we didn't get big stuff announced at those events. I mean, we had, you know, Hero and Banjo and Tears of the Kingdom announced at the 2019 E3, and we had Metroid Dread at the 2021 E3, but they weren't really E3 events. They were regular Directs that just happened to be during the E3 week. You know what I mean? Like, they weren't special in the way that, like, the 2014, 2015, and 2017 events were. Like, that's something that I never really liked, how, like, they essentially downgraded the E3 Directs in terms of, like, being special. Like, that's something I missed, is, like, how, yeah, like, again, this is an entire video, like a video I genuinely want to do at some point, that's gonna probably be called The Day That E3 Died, and then in parentheses for Nintendo, because this is something that has kind of bugged me for a while, which is like, I feel like, in my opinion, the last true full-blooded 3D, the last E3 for Nintendo, at least, that felt like a proper E3 for Nintendo was, I think, 2017, in my opinion. For a variety of reasons, and that both announcements, the way the event was structured, and the fact that it was its own thing, right? Like, the Nintendo Spotlight Showcase was its own thing. It wasn't just a regular Direct. It was like a special event, right? With a big focus on first-party games. That's another thing that's changed, too, is that, like, the E3 Directs used to be very focused on first-party. But when they ditched that special format in favor of just being a regular Direct, essentially, now there's, like, a lot of third-party stuff. And the fact of the matter is, I'm sorry, no offense to, like, third-party games. They're important to have, but most people, myself included, tune into a Nintendo Direct for Nintendo stuff. Shocker. And obviously they're not gonna always have a ton of stuff to show, but like, I remember like E3 2014, like everything they showed, barring like one game, was first party. And most of it was Wii U too, which is one of the reasons why I look back. Like, that is one of my favorite Directs of all time. The 2014 digital event. I absolutely love that Direct. It's one of my favorites. My favorite E3 for sure, at the very least. Absolutely love that E3, at least of the ones I got to experience. Now, obviously, there were a lot of E3s before that point. There were a lot of iconic E3 moments before that point. You know, there's, of course, the iconic 2004, you know, Twilight Princess reveal and stuff like that. But in terms of the E3, the Nintendo E3s that I actually was there for in some way, when they happened, the 2014 E3 is always going to be a very special E3 to me. In fact, maybe we should rewatch it. I haven't rewatched it in a long time. But the anniversary's coming up, right, in June. So I don't know, maybe we, because I was actually tempted to do a stream for the Smash April 2014 Direct. That's another Direct I really, really love. It's one of my favorites. It's very nostalgic to me. I was tempted to stream that Direct and like do like a rewatch of it on April 8th, which is when it happened. But there's a reason why I didn't, and I think I even mentioned it during that, when that happened. And that's because what notable event happened on April 8th last month? The Wii U Online shutting down. So I decided to not do a stream for that Direct, and instead we would do that instead, because obviously that was a bigger deal. And it's like, hey, we can always rewatch that Smash Direct like later on, you know, or whatever. You know, there's nothing stopping us from doing it later. Again, maybe for like the Smash 3DS or Wii U anniversary, we'll do a rewatch of it or something. But that's a Direct that I really, really love. It's very nostalgic to me. In the grand scheme of things, it's really not that special. But again, at the time, it was like a huge deal to me. Huge deal, massive deal to me, that Direct. Because that was our first in-depth look at Smash Wii U and 3DS. Now, of course, we had seen it before that point at E3 2013, and we had reveals after that point. But that was the first like big event for it, right? Like the first big one, you know. And it was also the first Smash Direct, you know, the first proper Smash Direct. Now, I know that there was that like E3 2013 developer Direct that was basically a Smash Direct in some ways, but it wasn't a real Smash Direct. The first 100% full-blooded Smash Direct was the April 2014 one. And I still remember so many of the lines and everything. Like, man, remember when Smash 3DS was supposed to come out in the summer? Those of you that remember, like when Smash 3DS was supposed to come out in the summer, and the Wii U version would come out in the winter. And that wasn't like a, oh, but they were talking about Australia or whatever. Like, no. That was in the US Direct. In the US version of the Direct, Sakurai said summer 2014, as in our summer 2014. Like, it was supposed to come out in like June or July or whatever, and it obviously didn't happen. But, yeah. Again, here I am talking about Smash, but I mean, I can't help it, you know? It's like my favorite franchise, you know? But I could sit here and gush about Smash 4 and that stuff when we get to that, because Smash 4, honestly, is it the best game in the franchise? No. Is there much of a reason to go back to it? No. Is it my, honestly, kind of favorite installment? Kinda. Like, it's weird. Like, the game itself is not my favorite, but that era, okay. The game itself is not my favorite, but that era of Smash is my favorite, and it will never be topped for me. I just know it will never. Like, too much has changed. Like, you know, again, this is a whole thing I could get into. And I'm sure I will, but like at some point, but like the time, man, like Smash Wii U came out at it was the right game at the right time, and just it's this whole thing. I really can't get into it right now, but that game really is something special to me, even if there is no reason to go back to it for the most part. It really is one of my favorite games, honestly, ever made, like, genuinely. Even if it's been mostly obsoleted by its successor, for the most part. But again, we can talk about that more in depth when we do the Smash anniversary stuff in September, October, November, or whenever I decide to do it. Alrighty then. But see, that's the funny thing, though, is this is a Mario Kart stream, but there's actually not a ton to talk about, because of the two big 2014 Nintendo Wii U titles, between Mario Kart 8 and Smash Wii U, I mean, they were both big, they were both important, but Smash Wii U was the clear, far and away more important one to me, and I have more to say about that than I do Mario Kart 8. Because, you know, for me, Mario Kart 8, you know, it came out, and I played it, and then that was kind of it, you know? Like there wasn't much else to say after that point, until, like, the DLC started coming out, of course. Which didn't happen for, like, a few months. I mean, the first wave didn't come out until November, and then the second wave came out in May. Although, technically the first DLC of any kind was, of course, the infamous Mercedes-Benz DLC, which... Man, when that was first announced, people were so thrown for a loop. They were like, what the heck? We're getting, like, real cars in Mario Kart? Like, this is weird, right? You know? And I remember that Japanese commercial. You guys remember back in the day, there was that weird, like, it was like, you know, this, like, super realistic, like, Japanese, like, Mario commercial set in, like, Mushroomy Kingdom from Brawl or whatever. Like, it was like a desert. Like, that was, like, a really weird commercial. I haven't seen it in a long time, but, like, like, that was definitely, like, I think, was that I think that was a part of the Mercedes-Benz announcement, if I remember correctly. That wasn't for the vanilla game. I think that was attached to the Mercedes-Benz DLC. But, yeah, that was definitely, like, that was such a random crossover. I mean, it wasn't completely random. I mean, obviously, it was a car company, right? Like, so it wasn't, like, the weirdest thing ever, but, like, it was just, like, so surprising, like, you know, especially, like, as free DLC, like, because, like, obviously, like, the DLC packs later on were paid DLC, but, like, that Mercedes-Benz DLC was just a free update. It was a random free update, but, I mean, it was cool. I mean, I used the Mercedes-Benz cars for a while. But, yeah. So actually one of the more, well, maybe memorable is probably not the right word for it, but like one of the things about Mario Kart 8 that I always will remember is ironically something that has nothing to do with the game itself, really. It was the wait for it. Now, when I say the wait for it, I don't mean the wait for it to release. I mean the wait for it to actually arrive, because Mario Kart 8 was the first game I ever pre-ordered. I pre-ordered it on Amazon. And I waited all day for it to show up. I was sitting outside, I was sitting in the living room, waiting hours and hours and hours for it to show up. And remember, this is me when I was like 14, so that felt even longer back then, right? Like 14-year-old me sitting there waiting all day for the truck to show up, and it just refused to show up until I think like 7:38. Like it was like the last second. I was constantly checking my phone, my iPhone 4S at the time. Again, it's been 10 years. My iPhone 4S at the time, just constantly checking to make sure it wasn't delayed or anything. And I was waiting and waiting. And this is before Amazon had their like thing where you could like see where the truck was. Because nowadays, if you order something from Amazon, they'll have that thing where like you'll see like, oh, you're 4 stops away, 3 stops away, 2 stops, and you'll see the map. And like that wasn't a thing in 2014. Like I just had to sit there and wait. And just wait for the truck to show up, and then finally, like when like it was nighttime, it finally showed up. It was so annoying back then. It wouldn't matter as much now, right? Because like times have changed, and time moves by faster now, because that's just how it works when you get older for some weird reason. Time just seems to go by faster when you're older. I'm saying that like I'm 50 or something. I'm only 24, but time really does go by faster nowadays. It really does feel like it. So it wouldn't be as bad now, like, waiting all day for a game, I feel. It wouldn't be as bad. But, yeah, but especially back then, yeah, like, just wait. And because of that experience, because I was really annoyed at, like, having to wait all day for it to show up, I didn't order from Amazon again for a long time for a pre-order. So when Smash Wii U came out, actually, no. I ordered Smash 3DS on Amazon, and then that was delayed. That was the thing that got me to stop pre-ordering from Amazon for a long time, was like, Mario Kart 8 took like all day to show up, but at least it showed up on the day it came out. So, okay, fine. But then Smash 3DS, months later, I pre-ordered that on Amazon, and it got delayed like several days after it came out, and I was not having any of that. So you know what I did? I went to GameStop and just bought it. But I didn't cancel my pre-order either, because I had a 3DS and my brother had a 3DS, and so my thinking was that we could play Smash 3DS together. So we could have 2 copies, one for him, one for me. That didn't end up actually panning out, because his 3DS got damaged at some point, and it stopped working correctly. We never got it fixed and whatever, so it never really panned out. But yeah, to this day, I actually have 2 copies of Smash 3DS, just because I was too impatient to wait 2 days for it to come out, because this was like one of the big games of the year for me, right? So like I was not about to wait 2 days to play it. I mean, I wouldn't do that now, but especially back then, I was not about to wait 2 whole days to play Smash 3DS. Now, I could have just canceled the pre-order and then got it at GameStop, and that would have been fine, but I was like, no. I'm gonna keep that other copy, because, again, my brother could use it or something. That never ended up panning out, but that extra copy did come in handy, because I used to play Smash 3DS at school, in high school at the time. That was Dylan, who I had met that year in 2014 for the first time. And we played Smash 3DS during breaks and stuff. And sometimes he wouldn't have his copy because, like, his brother or sister was using it, or he lost it or whatever. And during those times, I would bring my extra copy, and he would use that copy to play Smash 3DS. But there would be times where, like, the updates were out of sync, because, of course, this was during a time when Smash 3DS was being updated, right? Obviously. So, like, 1.3.4 would come out, but he would still be on 1.0.3 or whatever. So, like, we wouldn't be able to play together sometimes because of, like, a new update had just come out, and, like, I had updated and he hadn't, or he had updated and I hadn't. And this is before the Switch. Now, I have never really played the Switch in handheld mode. It just was never really a thing for me. The Switch is mostly a docked console, so I never really got to experience, like, that Smash 3DS experience of, playing, Smash Ultimate, during breaks or whatever, and we would all, or something like that. That was never a thing, because Ultimate came out after high school for me. But what was I going with this? There was the thing I was going for with this. Oh yeah. Now, one really underrated feature of the Switch that nobody talks about that I know would have been awesome to have back in like 2014, 2015 during the Smash 3DS era would have been the fact that, for those of you that don't know, and I legitimately didn't know this for years, but there is a feature on the Switch where if you want to play a game together and the other person doesn't have the most recent update, you can like send the update to them over like wireless with like over local wireless. That is a feature I would have killed to have on the 3DS back in the day during like the Smash 3DS era where, oh, we can't play Smash 3DS together because I'm on the newest update and you aren't, and of course the updates aren't compatible, right? That whole thing, right? Like, I would have killed to have that back then. I mean, we have it now, and that's great, but like, that would have been so nice to have back then, and that's a feature nobody talks about. I've never seen one person in the 7 years the Switch has been out. I've never seen one single person talk about that feature, and I get why. It's a niche feature. It only matters in situations like that. Like me back in high school, when, yeah, in that day with Smash 3DS. Like that's something that would have mattered back then. It doesn't matter as much now, I'd imagine, but it's still a cool feature that they put on the Switch, you know, and most people don't know about. I didn't even know about it for the longest time. Been streaming now for about an hour and 9 minutes. We are about at the end here of the special cup, so we are basically 4 cups down. Now, I am not going to do the DLC cups first. We're going to play through, because I want to play through this game as it was originally intended first. So we're going to play through all the retro cups, then we're going to do the DLCs, because that's how it was, you know, when it first came out, right? So, yeah. Oh boy, are we really out of idea? Are we out of topics now? I mean, I know I say this literally every stream that we eventually reach that point where I run out of things to talk about, but we're only an hour in. Normally that happens at like the 2-hour mark, or around that time anyway. We're only like an hour in. I'm already out of things to say. Well, the fact of the matter is we're kind of just waiting on stuff. That's kind of the thing, right? You know, we are officially in more or less that 2016 era of waiting for the next system. That's all that anyone cares about at this point, for the most part. You know, especially now that the 1,000-Year Door is out. The 1,000-Year Door is now out. I don't have it yet because of the whole weird. So here's the. Oh yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me backtrack a little bit to that whole Amazon thing with Mario Kart 8 and how I got Smash 3DS and I got delayed. That whole thing, right? Well, after that deal, after Amazon like couldn't deliver Smash 3DS on day 1, and I just went to GameStop to got it. For the next few years, I just went to GameStop for all my pre-orders. So like Smash 3DS, Smash Wii U, GameStop. Splatoon 1, GameStop. Breath of the Wild, when it first came out, I couldn't get a Switch on day 1, but I got Breath of the Wild on Wii U, GameStop. You know, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, GameStop. Splatoon 2, GameStop. Mario Odyssey, GameStop. You know, like pretty much all of that stuff from like 2015, 16, 17 was all GameStop. And I don't think I got anything in 2018. Okay, I got Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. I got that on Amazon, but only because Ethan at the time wanted to do a Let's Play that we never ended up finishing. It's a good game, but that was one of the rare times I actually pre-ordered like a port. I mean, I got Mario Kart, but that's because Mario Kart's Mario Kart. Plus, it had new stuff in it. But yeah, I don't have many ports. Like, obviously, there's been a lot of Wii U ports on the Switch. I actually don't have that many of them. I only really have a couple. I have Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, obviously. I have Tropical Freeze, a game I've still never finished. I need to go back and play that game again, because it's a good game. I just never finished it. Yeah, so Tropical Freeze, believe Ethan, if I remember correctly, I think Ethan, whoa, a new stamp, post to Miiverse. Unfortunately, I cannot do that anymore. Oh yeah, remember stamps. Oh yeah, here's the credits. I'm sure we'll see the credits again when we do the other cups, but yeah. What was I gonna say, dang it? But yeah, so I have Pokken Deluxe because Ethan gave it to me a long time ago, but I never bought it myself, and I've barely played it. What else do I have? I don't have that much else, honestly. Okay, I have 3D All-Stars. That doesn't really count in my opinion because that's like a compilation. That's not just like a one-title thing. But I guess there's that too. Rodrigo, why can I not say your last name? I apologize. I'll just say Rodrigo. Rodrigo, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Yeah, I don't know why I can't say your last name for some weird reason. I just feel like I'm gonna butcher it somehow, even though it's not even that complicated. So I'm just gonna say Rodrigo. But yeah, thank you very much for the subscription there. Oh dang it! What was I saying though? I was gonna say something. Oh my god! I don't remember what I was gonna say. All right, ports. So yeah, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which I bought when it came out. Pokken I got for free from a friend. Donkey Kong I got when it came out for the Let's Play that we never ended up finishing, and I still haven't finished the game myself. And then I have 3D All-Stars. And then I think that's it. I don't think I have any other ports. I don't have 3D World. I don't have Pikmin Deluxe. I don't have Bayonetta 1 and 2. I don't have any of the others. I can't even think of all of them right now. I don't have any of the other Wii U ports. I would like to get 3D World plus Bowser's Fury at some point. Now, of course, last year I did do that stream for Bowser's Fury, but that was with Ethan. Ethan had it digitally, and he had his account on my Switch, and I was able to play it that way. But I don't actually have the game myself. There are a couple of ports I'd like to get at some point, but obviously I'm not about to pay full price or even near full price for 3D World again, even if I would like to have it on the Switch. Of course, I still have my old Wii U copy that works just fine, but yeah. Bandai Namco Studios. They worked on this game? Oh yeah, we're gonna see Iwata's credit. Yep, there he is. Executive producer Satoru Iwata. I believe on Deluxe, it's now updated to also include. Actually, wait, it should actually. I think Mario Kart 8 technically speaking, all things considered, is actually 3 different CEOs, because of course we had Iwata in 2014 when he was still alive. And then in 2017 when Deluxe came out, we had Kimishima. And then in 2023 when the Booster Course Pass wrapped up and they put in that new Booster Course credit sequence, they now have Furukawa. So that's 3 different executive producers, 3 different CEOs on Mario Kart 8's history. Shows you how long the game's been around. But yeah, don't worry, man. My name is Portuguese. It's really difficult. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. Just for some reason, I look at that last name and I'm like, that doesn't look like it should be hard to say, but for some reason, I feel like it's going to be impossible. So I'm just not going to bother. But yeah, thank you for subscribing, and thank you for being here for the stream. You're the first person I've actually seen show up and at least say anything, so I appreciate it. But yeah, so there we go. So we've done the first 4 cups, so now we're going to do the retro cups, and then we're going to do the DLCs after that. Because again, I want to go here in chronological order, so to speak. Alrighty then. So we've done, our main group there. Let's go and do something different. I'm not going to do any of the DLC characters until we do the DLC cups. So, I don't know. I guess we'll do... we'll do Rosalina, I guess. And this time, I'm actually going to do something different. We're not just going to use the stock card. Actually, let's do the Mercedes-Benz. Screw it. Why not? There's 3 of them. We're going to do the kind of the main one here. The one I consider the main one, anyway. Where is the wheels? We'll do that. Yeah, the Mercedes-Benz DLC. A random crossover, but a neat crossover. And hey, it was free, so it's not like it was like, oh, I'm gonna have to pay $5 for this or whatever. Oh yeah, going back to the pre-order thing again. I keep getting sidetracked. So yeah, I got a bunch of my pre-orders from GameStop from like late 2014 to 2017. They were pretty much all through GameStop. And then starting in 2018, I just did and then yeah, I got a couple of things on Amazon, but the big one was like Smash Ultimate, obviously, right? And the reason why I didn't get that through GameStop was because I really wanted the special edition that had the Pro Controller and had the Steelbook, and I couldn't, and that was sold out at GameStop, but it was on Amazon, so I just did it through Amazon for that one reason. Even if that meant I had to wait, like, X amount of time for the truck to show up, but, I was kind of like, whatever, this is Smash, this is Smash, this is my favorite franchise, I'll make an exception. If I have to wait a couple more hours for it to show up instead of just going to GameStop and picking it up, fine, it's not that big a deal. And for what it's worth, the wait for that wasn't that bad. Like, I remember the waiting for Ultimate to show up in the mail was, like, not nearly as long, at least in my mind, as it was waiting for, like, Mario Kart 8 to show up 4 years earlier. See, even that feels weird to say. 4 years, like, the gap between Mario Kart 8 and Smash Ultimate is only 4 years. It feels strange. I feel like that feels like it should be a longer span of time, but it really isn't. Then again, the Switch has been around for 7 years, right? 7 years. Hey man, unfortunately I have to go. It was nice meeting you. I'll come back more often. Yeah, it was nice to see you pop in. Yeah, again, thank you for the subscription and thanks for watching. And I hope to see you in another stream or another video or whatever. So yeah, thanks for stopping by. But anyways, whoops, accidentally played the little animation again. I should probably make that bigger. That little Reggie box, like the GIF from what is that GIF from? I think it's from the I think that's from the E3 2015 like teaser trailer. For those of you that remember, like what they had like Little Mac and the GameCubes and stuff. That's also where the infamous, but but Reggie, you work for Nintendo. Not anymore. I think that's where that GIF is from. I think it's from that teaser trailer for E3 2015, which in retrospect, I think that was the last E3 for Nintendo that I was like really hyped for. Like, I think the last one I was like genuinely really excited for was probably 2018 because of Smash Ultimate, but the last one that I was like really excited for, I think was 2015 or 2017. In the 2015 E3, this really could be its own conversation in of itself, but like the lead up to the 2015 E3 was actually really good. Like that teaser trailer was great. We got the Nintendo World Championships back. That was cool. We got the Smash Direct that had Roy and Ryu, which of course were leaked in the data mine months earlier. But let's ignore that. But the point is, everything up until the actual digital event was actually really good. Then the digital event happened, like, the actual direct. And it started good with the now iconic Muppet sketch featuring actual Jim Henson created puppets. Not by Jim Henson himself, of course. He had long since passed, unfortunately. But, like the company, the Jim Henson company actually made those like Reggie, Iwata, and Miyamoto like puppets. They actually made them. We got that that puppet Muppet segment. So Nintendo 62, Nintendo 63, that whole little, and that was a great little bit of fun. It's something that we wouldn't really have gotten. It's something we probably wouldn't have gotten nowadays, which again could be its own conversation in of itself. But yeah, we got that little fun segment. They kicked off having Star Fox, which of course was teased at the previous year's E3. But after Star Fox, it kind of just went nowhere. Again, I haven't seen that direct in a long time, but I distinctly remember that was, I think, one of the very I think that was the first direct I remember genuinely being like disappointed in. Because that direct had so much hype build up to it. And then the actual direct itself was like, it was not great. It had good things in it, like that, like the Muppet stuff, like that was cool. And we got Star Fox, and that was neat. And I mean, Star Fox Zero, when it actually came out, it wasn't the best received thing ever, but at the time, it was cool. But the problem is, they, one, didn't have Zelda. That was the first problem. And we already knew that going in. We knew going into that year's E3 that Zelda wasn't going to be there because they told us. But there was no Zelda. Problem number one. Problem number two, they didn't have anything else big to show. And they already used up Smash. And see, if they had Smash, that could have been a thing that saved that direct. But it wasn't there because they gave it its own presentation a few days earlier. So they already used up the best thing they could have realistically shown that wasn't Zelda. They already used it up in its own presentation. So they weren't going to show Zelda because they told us we weren't going to get Zelda. And we knew that Smash wasn't going to be there because they already had a Smash presentation like the day or two before. So there was no Zelda, there was no Smash, and they didn't have anything else outside of Star Fox that was significant to show. And they revealed not one, but two games that people did not want. Now, they had teased Federation Force under the name Blast Ball, for those of you that remember, at the Nintendo World Championships that year. They had Blast Ball playable, which was like the multiplayer component of Federation Force, but they didn't say what the game was at that point. They just said it was Blast Ball. But then they revealed the entire game as Federation Force, and of course people hated it because it was a new Metroid Prime game that wasn't actually a Metroid Prime game. So people hated that. And then we had Amiibo Festival, Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. People have been waiting for the big new Animal Crossing game on the Wii U. Didn't get that. We got a Mario Party knockoff that nobody asked for. That required amiibos to pretty much play or whatever. I actually don't think it required amiibos 100%. I never played it, obviously, so I don't know for sure, but like, yeah, so it's like, yeah, there's a lot of things going against that direct, you know, no Zelda, no Smash. Okay, I know that there's the classic "that's it, no Smash" meme. I know that's like a classic run into the ground meme at this point from like years ago. And of course, no one was unironically saying that at the time, because again, we had gotten our Smash. We had gotten our Smash like the day or two before. But like, if they had saved that, if they had not done that Smash Direct and they had saved the Smash announcements for the actual proper Direct, that could have helped to save the Direct. But they didn't. So there was no Zelda. They had already shown Smash. And then we had Federation Force, Amiibo Festival, and then a bunch of games that we like already knew about and didn't say that much. Like, and they didn't end on anything big either. I think they ended on like some Mario Maker thing. And like that, like I think it was like, no, it wasn't even Mario Maker. It was like they ended on some like Mario like 30, was it 30th or 20? No, was it 25 or 30? Oh God, it's been so long. I think 30th anniversary. I think that was the 30th anniversary. They ended on some like, hey, we got like a website or something for the 30th. Like it was something that like really did not matter and it absolutely did not justify being the one last thing at all. It was something Mario Anniversary related. That's all I can remember. But it wasn't a game or anything. It was just like go to the website or something and submit pictures. I forget what it was. It was something like really insubstantial. And I remember even when the Direct ended, that feeling of disappointment washing over me and being genuinely unironically, that's it. That was the first and I think only time that's ever really happened. And that's mainly because after that point, they learned their lesson by not, like, half the problem was that it was a disappointing Direct. Half of it was disappointing E3 Direct. And then the other half, I know that's technically thirds, but whatever, you get my point. And then the other problem was that they built it up so much. I will give Nintendo credit. That was the last E3 where they really built it up. If you don't build up hype for something, I can't be disappointed by it. But when you build up hype for it and it doesn't deliver for an event that important, that was the problem, right? Like they had the teaser trailer with Reggie, they had the Nintendo World Championships, and then they had the Smash Direct, and that was all great. And then the actual Direct was disappointing. And it was just like, well, then what was the point of all of that, you know? And the thing is, there was stuff they could have shown even on the Wii U that would have helped. They could have shown Twilight Princess HD, they could have showed off Pokken. Like, there were things they could have shown off on the Wii U that wasn't Zelda that would have helped. Having Zelda, I think, was the big one that was missing. I get it. And obviously, when they did finally show it off a year later at next year's E3, it went off great. Like, okay, here's a controversial take. Maybe. You know the Switch presentation trailer for Breath of the Wild that everyone loves so much? And don't get me wrong, it's a great trailer. It's a great trailer. That's not the best Breath of the Wild trailer. The best Breath of the Wild trailer, in my opinion, is the E3 2016 trailer. That trailer, man, again, kind of like with Smash 4, like it was the perfect trailer at the perfect time. Like this was the big send-off, right? You know, this was the big send-off of the Wii U. This was the big send-off of, you know, this was the first big open world Zelda, and this was at the time seen as kind of like Iwata's like final farewell of sorts. Like this was the last big game he had major involvement in. This was it. Breath of the Wild was kind of the last, this was the last one, right? Like there was so much riding on this game. And when we finally got to see it, it was genuinely a, no, you know, pun not intended, breathtaking experience. just like the music, like the music in that trailer was done so well, like it really was. And then we got to hear the theme, man. You know, do 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 do. Like, oh man, it was so perfect. It really was. The final send up of the Iwata era, the final send up of the Wii U, the first, like it really was like everything it needed to be. And it's my favorite trailer for the game, personally. Like, again, the Switch presentation trailer is a great trailer. It's one of the best trailers I've ever made. I don't disagree with that. And they tried to replicate it with Tears of the Kingdom. Like, when they did the big trailer for Tears of the Kingdom, that was clearly trying to be, like, a successor to that Switch presentation trailer. It didn't hit the same, but they tried. But it was never going to top the original Switch presentation trailer, obviously, but that's a whole other conversation again. But yeah, like that E3 2016 trailer, that in my opinion is the best Breath of the Wild trailer. The Switch presentation trailer is second, for sure. It's a strong second, but man, that E3 2016 trailer, it really was the perfect trailer for the perfect game at the perfect time. It was everything it needed to be. I absolutely love that trailer to death. It's one of my favorite trailers I think that Nintendo has ever put out, genuinely. And that's counting Smash, because Smash is my favorite franchise. I know I've said it a couple of times, but it really is. And again, the Smash 4 era means a lot to me. I love all those trailers, but the Breath of the Wild trailer, it's not, I don't think it's as nostalgic to me as the Smash 4 reveal trailers, but it's the biggest thing that isn't Smash, okay? The Breath of the Wild E3 2016 trailer is my favorite Nintendo trailer that isn't Smash anything. There. Alrighty, who are we gonna play as next? I'm tempted to play as Pink Gold Peach, because Pink Gold Peach was a bit of a meme back in the day with like Nathaniel Bandy. Nathaniel Bandy, striving for originality, his old catchphrase. I've never really watched Nathaniel Bandy. I think I used to watch some of his stuff back in the day. Haven't in a long time, but you know, he's obviously a famous Nintendo channel. He's famous back in the day for his actually my first introduction to Nathaniel Bandy was his iconic Mega Man reaction for Smash 4. That was one of the iconic reactions for Smash 4. That was how I was first introduced to him, actually, was in 2013 with like his Mega Man reaction. It was an absolutely iconic reaction. And yeah, I think I watched some of his stuff after that point, but I don't know. I never really watched Nathaniel Bandy, and certainly don't watch him now. But obviously he's still going strong and whatever. But anyways, but I know that Nathaniel Bandy kind of popularized the whole Pink Gold Peach thing way back in the day. So yeah, but yeah, let's go for it. It is a bit of a random character though. I'm like, why not just color Metal Peach? Like, you can still have her be pink. It doesn't have to be silver. You could have still called her Metal Peach and had it be pink. It was kind of weird the way they called it. Why do those tires look so big for some reason? Go with that, I guess. Man, this track looks so good. Like the sand and lighting, it just looks so good. Again, I know I talked about this way earlier, but man, the leap from Mario Kart Wii to Mario Kart 8 was insane. Like, this track holds up today. Like, this track looks amazing still. It looks just as good now as it did 10 years ago. I mean, this game... See, Mario Kart 8 still looks really good today. Well, the base game, anyway. Obviously, the booster course tracks are their own can of worms, but the base game with the original Wii U DLC still looks fantastic today, but there are aspects of it that are aging. Where you can tell, oh yeah, it's a Wii U game. And there are some tracks and some character models where you look at it and you're like, oh yeah, this was a Switch game, like an actual Switch game, not like Deluxe, but like, you know, like if this was Mario Kart 9, that would look better. But generally speaking, this game still holds up insanely well, and this is one of the best looking tracks. Like, this still holds up. I mean, obviously you're viewing it through a 720p window and not a 1080p or 4K window, but even still, like, it holds up really well. And I really do wonder what they're going to do to top this. Like, how are they going to make... I mean, I can think of improvements. Like, I can think of improvements they can make, but, like, how can they possibly do a graphical leap that's bigger than this? You know? Like, I genuinely don't know how they're going to be able to pull it off. Like, again, the law of diminishing returns, like... The leap from Wii to 8, or 7... Oh, okay, I keep saying Wii. Technically 7 also came out, but no, I'm not counting 7. Because, like, Wii was the last console. But, like... Yeah, like, the leap. You're not gonna be able to have that leap again. Again, I love 4K, I love my high resolution. But the leap is just not gonna be the same. I'm sure Mario Kart 9 is gonna be a stunner. I'm sure it will be. It'll probably be the best looking Nintendo game up until that... Well, it'll probably be the best looking Nintendo game up until that point. From a pure, like, graphical fidelity perspective, at least. But it's not gonna be the same leap. It'll look better. It won't be... But it's not gonna be that gargantuan leap. It really won't be. Again, I know I've said it a couple of times, but it really... I know it won't be. It's gonna look good. It's gonna look great. It's gonna look better. But it's not gonna look, like, monumentally better. It's just, again, law of diminishing returns, you know? Even though we are gonna have the benefit of going from a Wii U game to a Switch 2 game, because, of course, the Switch never got a proper Mario Kart, so we never got to see, you know, what the Switch could have done with a Mario Kart 9. But then again, it probably wouldn't have been that different because, you know, this is a whole debate of, like, how much more powerful is the Switch compared to the Wii U. Because I've been calling the GameCube... Sorry, I've called the Wii an overclocked GameCube for a long time. Because that's pretty much what it is. It's basically an overclocked GameCube. It is better. It is better. It has more RAM, for example, but it's not that much better. It's not that much better, you know? I mean, you compare, you know, Mario Kart Double Dash to Mario Kart Wii. Yeah, it's better, but not by much, you know? I mean, that's just one franchise, but, like, you know, like, the leap from the GameCube to the Wii, well, it was better, but it wasn't that much better. But the Wii to the Wii U was huge. That was a legit generational upgrade, right? Again, it was delayed by comparison, you know, but essentially, the upgrade from the Wii to the Wii U was basically the upgrade that people had experienced years prior with, like, going from the original Xbox to the 360, or the PS2 to the PS3. That's basically what that was for, like, us, but, like, years later. But that leap still happened. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter that the Wii U was, like, way underpowered compared to the PS4 and Xbox. That didn't matter. Because the leap over the Wii was massive. And that's all that mattered. It didn't matter that it wasn't as good as the other consoles. It mattered that it was way better than the current system at the time. For, like, that was the whole idea, right? And again, the leap from the Wii to the Wii U was massive. leap from the Wii U to the Switch. Again, kind of like the GameCube to the Wii, it's better, but it's not that much better. It is legitimately more powerful. I have seen people, not many, but some people over the years that have said that that it's just a portable Wii U. That is not the case. It is legitimately better. You can tell in games that the games, I mean, if you compare like 3D World to Odyssey, Odyssey clearly looks better. Obviously looks better. It's not even close. Doesn't mean the 3D World looks bad. It doesn't, obviously. But you can tell that Odyssey is clearly taking advantage of the Switch. It clearly looks better than 3D World. I mean, they're two different kinds of Mario games. Like, 3D World is a good game, but it's basically New Super Mario Bros. 3D, in my opinion. It's not really a proper 3D Mario. Odyssey is a proper 3D Mario, right? Because, you know, that, in my opinion, at least. So, by comparison. But the point is, Odyssey has a clear, obvious visual upgrade over 3D World. And that's the case for most of the games. I mean, Splatoon 1 to Splatoon 2 is genuinely a big jump. Like, genuinely. Like, the leap from Splatoon 1 to Splatoon 2 was actually pretty big. It wasn't the jump from Mario Kart Wii to Mario Kart 8, obviously, but it was a pretty big jump, honestly. It was a lot more polished, a lot more refined. It genuinely looks a lot better than Splatoon 1. And then Splatoon 3, obviously being on the same system, looks a little better. Just a little bit, because it's obviously on the same hardware. Now, obviously, when we get the inevitable 4th game, that will be another leap again, but that's a whole... But that's not happening anytime soon. I mean, Splatoon 4. I mean, Splatoon 3 is still being updated. You know, like, Splatoon 4, that's not coming out for a few years at the earliest, but that's a whole other conversation anyway. Not that anyone's going to be clamoring for another game anyway, but anytime soon. But yeah, generally speaking, though, I mean, I think the leap between the leap from the Wii U to the Switch is bigger than the leap from the GameCube to the Wii, but not by that much. It's clearly better. Clearly better. Double the RAM, 2 gigs to 4 gigs, more modern architecture, better CPU. The games clearly look better compared to their Wii U equivalents. Again, Splatoon 1 to Splatoon 2. Clear, obvious, noticeable upgrade in visuals. Same with 3D World to Odyssey. Same to some extent with like Wii U to Ultimate. That one's a little more debatable because I think in some respects Wii U looks better, but in other aspects Ultimate. Okay, from a pure graphical perspective, Ultimate looks better than Wii U. Like there's higher resolution textures and stuff. Like the game, purely graphically speaking, looks better. Artistically, I kind of prefer Wii U's more raw HD look to Ultimate's more like cartoony look. I mean, I'm not saying it's cartoony in the same way that like Melee is cartoony or whatever, but like it was a little more, but they toned down on the HD-ness in Ultimate. Not that that was a problem. The Ultimate looks totally fine, you know, but I don't know, but that one's a little more debatable, I feel like, in terms of like, does it look better? Because it looks better in some aspects, and other aspects I kind of feel like Wii U looks better. But the point is, generally speaking, every Switch title that had a Wii U equivalent looks better on the Switch. Again, Splatoon 1 to Splatoon 2, 3D World to Odyssey, you know, like Xenoblade X to Xenoblade 2 and Xenoblade 3. I mean, those are two different kinds of Xenoblades, I know, but like, you get the idea, like. They clearly look better, and it's not just resolution, like the actual graphics are clearly better. But anyways, my main point was that, like, we didn't get to experience, you know, Mario Kart 9 on the Switch, but we will get to experience Mario Kart 9, 10, whatever, on the Switch too, and the leap is going to be bigger, is my main point. That was my main point with that entire tangent, was that the leap will be bigger because they skipped the console, right? They skipped an entire console, so the leap from, you know, like, because, like, this game is the Wii U, right? This is like the Wii U at its best in terms of graphics. Again, in my opinion, this is the best looking Wii U game. This is the Wii U at its best. It looks pretty good, even today. And they're going to be going from the best of what the Wii U could offer graphically to what will probably be the best that the Switch 2 can offer graphically, and that's going to be very exciting. Even though, again, it's not going to be that initial leap from standard def to high def. It's not going to be that same leap, and I know that, and I've accepted that. But it's still going to be an exciting leap. It's still going to be really cool to see, you know, how much graphical juice can they squeeze out of the Switch 2 to make an absolutely stunning looking Mario Kart game that looks even better than the already great looking game we have now. It's going to be exciting to see, for sure. Even if, again, it's not going to be that same leap from Wii to 8. But, again, law of diminishing returns. We have been going for an hour and 48 minutes. So I mentioned earlier that there's going to be a State of Play tomorrow, and I will be streaming it, because why not? I'm not really sure what they're going to have there, because... Okay, well, first things first, it's not... One thing that's very surprising is it's not a PlayStation Showcase, because we haven't had a PlayStation Showcase, I think, like a year? I think the last one was in May of 2023. And, you know, it's around, you know, that E3 summer, well, E3 doesn't exist anymore, rip, but, like, a Summer Games Fest, that summer time frame where, you know, Microsoft is going to have their event, you know, Nintendo's going to have a June Direct, you know, Ubisoft is going to have, like, you know, everyone's having their big events still. Even though E3 is gone, everyone's still having their, like, June event. It's still a thing that exists. And yet, despite that, Sony is not doing a PlayStation Showcase, they're doing a State of Play. Now, it's going to be 30 minutes long. I'm sure there's going to be stuff in it. That'll be neat. But it feels weird that they're not just doing, like, a PlayStation Showcase. I mean, I know that they mentioned in some investors meeting or whatever a while ago that, like, we don't have any, like, big, like, IP stuff planned for the next, like, year or something. And people were, like, worried about that. And to be fair, if you don't have anything super big to show, maybe you shouldn't do a PlayStation Showcase anyway, because obviously that'll lead to heightened expectations. So maybe doing a State of Play is the right thing, but it still feels weird, you know? When Microsoft is going to have a full-bloodied Xbox Showcase, you know, with a Call of Duty Direct stapled onto it, by the way, similar to how they had a Starfield Direct last year stapled to their previous showcase. And then Sony's just going to have a 30-minute State of Play. It just feels weird, you know? Especially when they had a PlayStation Showcase last year. Now, granted, the PlayStation Showcase last year wasn't perceived the greatest. But they had one, is my point, whereas they're not going to have one now. Now, will we get a PlayStation Showcase sometime this year? Probably. We'll probably get one maybe in September, but who knows? But yeah, I don't know what they're gonna show, because they've already said that they're not gonna have any, like, big IP titles there. I I know there's been rumors of Spider-Man DLC, a game I still have not finished, by the way. You want to know the reason why I don't have the 1,000-Year Door right now? It's not because I can't get it. I can. It's because, well, okay, there's two reasons why I don't have the 1,000-Year Door. The first reason is there was that whole thing that happened where, like, Amazon pre-orders got canceled, and I hadn't pre-ordered the game at that point. I was waiting. But the people that had their pre-orders got it canceled, and then, like, Best Buy had it. No, Walmart had it canceled, and that was a whole thing, and it was, like, really weird. It didn't make any sense. And then the game finally launched, and right now, last I checked on Amazon, you can buy the 1,000-Year Door physically on Amazon, but not from Amazon or Nintendo themselves, but through third parties. And the delivery dates are like 5 to 7 days. It's like really weird. And so because of that, I haven't got it yet. I will get it. I mean, it's the 1,000-Year Door. It's one of my favorite games. It's one of the first Nintendo games I ever played way back in 2006 when I got it with my GameCube for Christmas. It's a very nostalgic game. It's an absolute classic. It's great. And yeah, the 30 FPS sucks. But, it is what it is. And frankly, if I want to play it at 60, we got Ryujinx for that. But I'm just gonna play it on the Switch though. For the initial playthrough at least. I'll play it on Ryujinx with the 60 FPS patch at some point, but but the point is, like, it sucks that it's only 30 FPS, but outside of that, it looks great. Now, I have deliberately not heard any of the music outside of the stuff we've heard in the trailers, because I want to save the new music for when I play it. I already know I am not going to like the music as much as the original, for the simple fact above everything else that it is not the original, because in my opinion, in my completely admittedly biased perspective, because again, this is what the 1,000-Year Door is one of the first Nintendo games I ever played, so I am a big bias, I'll admit, but that soundtrack is honestly almost perfect. Like the original GameCube soundtrack, there's nothing about it that needs to be improved. It was already perfect. They didn't need to do a new soundtrack. It's neat that they did one, but they didn't have to. They could have remade the game but left the soundtrack completely alone, and every single person would have had no problem with that, because the original GameCube soundtrack is fantastic. But they made a new one anyway, but the original soundtrack was still included, so either way I win. But yeah, I don't know. I'm saving my kind of like my real opinion on the remixed soundtrack for when I actually play it. I've heard a couple of tracks. Some of them I like, some of them not so much. I'm sure when it's all said and done, I'm still gonna very much prefer the original soundtrack, because again, it's just the nostalgia alone. I mean, I think the soundtrack is legitimately going to sound better in the end anyway, but the nostalgia alone carries it for me above all else. But anyways, enough about that. But the point is, I'm going to play the 1,000-Year Door at some point. I'm even debating streaming it. Originally, I wasn't going to, but because this is a game I've already played through many times in the past, there's no real harm in me playing the remake on stream, because, I mean, there's not that much new in it. It's basically just a remake. So maybe I'll stream it, maybe I won't, but I don't have the game yet. And part of the reason for that is the whole thing that happened with the pre-orders on Amazon, and also because I have a backlog. Like, I still have to work on Spider-Man 2, and then I have FF7 Rebirth, which I have on the shelf, still haven't played it yet. And then I have Wonder, which I still haven't played, and then I have Mario RPG, which I still haven't played, and then I have Persona 3 Reload, which I still haven't played, which I don't have physically like the others, but I do have it through Game Pass, but then there's, the Answers coming out later on, so maybe I should wait for that. And it's like, I already have a bunch of games to play. I don't need to add, even though the 1,000-Year Door is one of my favorites, I don't need to add it to the collection this second. I'm going to get it, I'm going to do my part, because that game needs every ounce of sales it needs if we want Paper Mario to go back to the way it used to. I'm going to buy it. I will. It's just not happening this millisecond. But anyways, enough about that. YBT, 10 years of Mario Kart 8 is crazy. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, my friend. 10 years of this game. And I actually don't think I've mentioned this up until this point, but the title of the stream, right? 10 years of Mario Kart 8, the game that never dies, because that's what it is. This game, I've been saying this for the last few years, but it really is the case. Mario Kart 8 is Nintendo's GTA 5. It's the game that refuses to die, refuses to get a sequel, refuses to get any kind of follow-up, and, like GTA 5, continues to sell. It's one thing if a game doesn't get a sequel for a long time, but the difference with Mario Kart 8 is it not only hasn't gotten a sequel, but it's still selling. It famously is still in the top 10 charts in like the UK or whatever, like 10 years later. I mean, granted, that's Deluxe, not the original Wii U version, but still, like, the game still sells. Like, it's the best-selling game on the Switch. Like, the recent investors meeting where we got the announcement from Furukawa that, oh yeah, by the way, the Switch 2 is coming. Like, during that thing, I think the most recent number for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, anyway, is like 63 million or something like that. Which, if you count the original Wii U version, which is like 8.6 million, which, by the way, you think that the 60+ million that Deluxe has achieved is impressive? Remember, the Wii U sold like 13 million units. I had a Wii U. You guys may have had a Wii U, but most people did not have a Wii U. But for those of us that did have a Wii U, we are 1 in 13 million people that had a Wii U. And Mario Kart 8, the best-selling game for the console, sold like 8.3 million copies. That's like 60-70% of all people that had a Wii U had Mario Kart 8. That's pretty good, right? I mean, for the low sales of the Wii U. Whereas the Switch has sold like 130, 140 million units. So like what I'm trying to say is the attachment rate on like the amount of people that have Mario Kart 8 compared to how many consoles are out there is not actually as big as it was for the Wii U version. But that's only because the Wii U sold so little and the Switch sold so much more, right? So yeah, but yeah, but yeah, this game just it's continued to go and go and go, and it keeps selling and selling and selling. And then of course we got the Booster Course Pass, which just prolonged its life cycle even more. It's like, yeah, it really is the game. Like, it really is the game that refuses to die. It really is Nintendo's GTA 5. But you want to know what's even crazier? We've gotten the announcement of GTA 6 before a new Mario Kart. How crazy is that? Now, granted, GTA 5 is actually older than Mario Kart 8. Not by, like, a ton, but, like, it is older. You know, GTA 5 first came out in September of 2013. This game came out in May of 2014. So, you know, there's a gap. It's not massive. It's not, like, 2 or 3 years, but, you know, there's a gap. There's a gap, for sure. But we got not only an announcement, and when I say announcement, I'm not talking about Rockstar on Twitter being, we have a new GTA in development. No. I'm not counting that, which I think was from like 2022. No, when I say announcement, I mean a trailer. We got a trailer for GTA 6 that showed us like the actual game in some capacity. I know there's been debates of, is it CG? But the consensus is that, no, this is actually what the game looks like, because Rockstar always does stuff in engine for their trailers or whatever. Point is, like, we got a trailer, an actual, whoops, accidentally pressed the sync button. Like, we've gotten an actual trailer for GTA 6 with a logo and some semblance of a release date before Nintendo will even acknowledge that there's a new Mario Kart. They won't even tell us that there's another one coming. I mean, of course, there's gonna be another one, because it's Mario Kart. It's one of their best-selling games, and did you see how well Deluxe sold? It sold, like, all the units? Like, Mario Kart 9 is gonna sell, like, 20 million copies in, like, a week. Like, like, it's gonna be, like, insane how fast that game is gonna sell when it comes out. It's not gonna sell as fast. Like, GTA 6 is gonna sell more. Because, I mean, GTA 6... Okay, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is Nintendo's GTA 5, but it's not as big as GTA 5, because GTA 5, across like every platform it's ever been released on, I think is like 100+ million. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is like 60 something, And then the Wii U version is like 8.3. So like, if you want to count the Wii U and Switch versions of Mario Kart 8 together, I think that's like 70-ish million. So that still pales in comparison to the 100+ million of GTA 5, and that actually has an announcement of a sequel. Now, of course, the big difference between Mario Kart not getting an announcement and GTA getting an announcement is, well, one, we had the Booster Course Pass to kind of prolong the game's life cycle and kind of satiate our desire for a new Mario Kart, which granted 100% worked. Because yeah, the Booster Course Pass had its issues, didn't look as good as the base game, all that stuff everyone's talked about 1,000 times. But it did what it... But in my opinion, the entire reason the Booster Course Pass existed was for one simple reason. To hold us over till Mario Kart 9. That was its main purpose, above all else. And it did that, because I am no longer dying for Mario Kart 9 as much as I used to. Do I still want it? Hell yeah! But I'm not dying for it, because we had the Booster Course Pass not that long ago. It added like a bunch of new tracks. A bunch of new tracks that I haven't even played, because I didn't play Tour that much. And while they don't look as good as the base game, obviously, they exist. There's something new for me to play, and they have helped satiate my desire for a proper new Mario Kart in the short term. But my main point is the main reason, of course, why we haven't gotten that new Mario Kart announcement is because they're waiting for the Switch 2. Obviously. Once the Switch 2 is officially announced, then they'll announce Mario Kart 9. Heck, it may even be in the reveal trailer. I won't even be surprised. Because remember, when the Switch reveal trailer happened in October 2016, and they had like everyone like, you know, walking around with the Switch and whatnot, and there was that bit where they showed us like 5 seconds of Odyssey and like 5 seconds of Splatoon 2. And then they had like 5 seconds of like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with like King Boo and like the double items. So like, if they can tease games in the Switch reveal, there's no reason to think that they won't do the same thing this time around. Now, I think, and again, this is a spoiler alert for the inevitable Switch 2 predictions discussion we're going to do with Ethan at some point. But I think we are going to see, bare minimum, a new 3D Mario. Like, we are going to see the new 3D Mario teased in the Switch 2 reveal trailer. I 100% believe that's going to happen. It's been way too long for them to not include that. And then I think we'll get either then... I don't think we're going to get anything Splatoon, because I think it's too soon for Splatoon 4. Especially because the system's going to be backwards compatible. So, like, it's going to be too soon for that. So it won't be Splatoon 4. Mario Kart 9 has a decent chance of being there, but because of the Booster Course Pass, they might not feel the need to show it off immediately. I can tell you the one game that will definitely not be there. They're not going to tease Smash. Or at least they're not going to tease a new Smash game in that style. That's way too big. Smash is way, and again, I know I'm biased. I know I'm biased saying this, but Smash is way too big to just have a 5-second teaser in like a reveal trailer thing. No. That is not going to happen. That is going to be saved for a big fat CG one last thing at like the Switch presentation event, whenever the Switch 2 presentation event, I should say. Like, assuming it comes out in 2025. If it comes out in 2026, then they probably won't show it. But if Smash 6, if that is their holiday 2025 title, then it will probably be the one last thing in the Switch 2 presentation event that they do in like February or whatever. Smash Ultimate Deluxe. See, that's the thing. If we are getting Smash Ultimate Deluxe, then yeah, they can totally have that be in the reveal trailer, because that's not a big deal. Now, they probably wouldn't show a character, because here's what I'm thinking they would do. Assuming that there's going to be an Ultimate Deluxe instead of a new Smash for the Switch 2. Assuming we're getting Ultimate Deluxe instead, I think that could absolutely be in the Switch 2 reveal trailer as like a little 5-second, hey look, there's Smash! But they will not show a new character, but they might have a new stage. Because they have to show something new, or else you're not going to know that it's Deluxe, right? Because when they showed Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, for the Switch reveal trailer, they had King Boo, and they had the double items from Double Dash as an indicator that this is a new thing. This is not just like, I mean, granted, the Switch wasn't backwards compatible with the Wii U, granted, but yeah, to show you that this is new. This is a new version of something. So my thinking is, if they were gonna show an Ultimate Deluxe tease, they would have a new stage in the background to tell you that this is a new version and not just backwards compatible. But they will not show a new character, because a new character is way too big of a deal to not be its own thing, right? Like they're not just gonna be like, oh yeah, here's, even if it's a first party character, like they're not just gonna casually be like, oh yeah, here's a new character. The only way I could see them doing that is if it was like a Echo, like maybe like Octoling. Like maybe they could have Octoling, because that wouldn't be that big of a deal, right? Because that's something that people expect, and it's like an Echo, like that. Maybe they could do that, but anything even remotely substantial, they would save that for like a trailer. But they could have a stage in the background. They could have a new stage, like they could have what's a new game they could have a stage for that makes sense for them to have a stage for? I don't know. They could have, I would say Tears of the Kingdom, but Tears of the Kingdom, I'm not really sure what they would do for that. I mean, maybe the Underground? I don't know. Insert some big new modern game that's come out in the last 5 years. They could have a stage for that. They could have a new Pokemon stage. They could have a new Zelda stage. They could have, you know, whatever. Like maybe the new 3D Mario that they tease in that same event. They'll have a stage from that. I don't know. Like, whatever they want to put in there, they'll have a stage for that, but they won't have a character. Like, maybe it'll just be like Mario and like Marth on screen, but then they'll have like the new 3D Mario stage or a Scarlet and Violet stage or whatever, you know, as an indicator that, hey, look, there's something new. But they won't actually show us a character because that's too big to be revealed in that fashion. But anyway. Hey, Ethan. Check your Discord. I called you back. Yeah, hold on a second. Stadium from Sword and Shield with the giant Pokemon on the stage has been kind of interesting. So here's the funny thing. So back when, you know, Smash Ultimate DLC was a thing, there was a lot of people that were convinced we were going to get a Pokemon because we have to get a Pokemon. They can't not have one. Obviously, we knew what happened, but there were a lot of people that were convinced we were going to get one of the Sword and Shield starters and probably like a Pokemon Stadium 3 of some kind. Yeah, and they'd have the Gigantamax stuff and all that stuff. And obviously, that didn't happen. But that didn't happen, obviously. But there were a lot of people that were convinced we're gonna get a Pokemon. We're gonna get a Pokemon because they have to do a Pokemon because of course they're gonna do one, and then they didn't. But I mean, as far as Sword and Shield is concerned, I mean, I kind of feel like that's a bit too little, too late at this point. Like, if they're gonna put in a new Pokemon stage in either a new Smash or an Ultimate Deluxe, it's probably gonna be from Scarlet and Violet, or whatever the newest game is at that point. It wouldn't be from Legends Z to A, because Legends Z to A already has a stage. It's called, okay, it's not actually called Lumio City, it's called something else. What is it called? Prism Tower. They already have Prism Tower, which is basically Lumio City, which is the entire location for that game. So it won't, so there's already a Legends stage. There's already a Legends Z to A stage, effectively, in the game already, so it won't be that. But, and so Scarlet and Violet would be the other obvious choice, but the problem with Scarlet and Violet is that by the time a new Smash anything comes out, that game is going to be several years old, right? Because Scarlet and Violet came out in 2022. This port, new game, whatever, is not coming out until like 2025 at the earliest. So at that point, Scarlet and Violet is going to be 3 years old. But at the same time, it's probably going to be the newest full-blooded title in the series, again, not counting Legends. Like, Gen 10 is not coming out in 2025. I don't think it's going to anyway. I mean, it could. I mean, I really don't think it should. They really, really should save that for 2026, and supposedly they are. Like, I saw a rumor the other day that says it's 2026. Obviously, who knows, but because of the anniversary or whatever. But, like, point is, I think it will be 2026 regardless. But there's a possibility it's 2025. I guess then if Gen 10 is like November or October 2025, then sure, they can cram in a stage from that, I guess. Because, I mean, well, no, because X and Y came out the year prior. That was 2013, and 3DS and Wii U didn't come out to 2014. I don't know. I mean, they put a Woolly World stage in the game, and that didn't come out until like a year later, so they can do whatever they want. If they really wanted to cram in a Pokemon stage from the newest game, they'd find a way to do it. Or it can be DLC. They can always make a DLC, right? They can always do a DLC stage later. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. But they have to have something new in the base game for Pokemon, right? I mean, I still find it kind of baffling that Incineroar didn't get a Sun and Moon stage. I've always found that really weird. Like, I get it. It's not on the Switch. It's not as big of a deal as Breath of the Wild or Odyssey. But, like, it's Pokemon, right? I mean, people weren't dying for a new Pokemon stage, but, like, it's Pokemon. Like, come on. Like, they get a new character, but they don't get a new stage? I mean, I know that Smash 4 had, like, 3 of them. Yeah, there was Unova, there was Prism Tower, and there was the Kalos Pokemon. It had 3, but, like, still, it just feels weird. And they brought back all of them. Well, okay, Pokefloats wasn't in it, but, like, all the other ones were there, but... I don't know. Like, personally, if they're gonna do an... Okay, don't do this in a new game. In a new game, this is pointless. But in Ultimate Deluxe, even though it's completely pointless and no one would care, I'd like to see them go back and put in a Sun and Moon stage. Just because I feel like it should be there. Not because I want it, but because I feel like it should be there. I get why they didn't do it last time, because Incineroar is the wrestling one, so we can just use boxing ring, and it worked, and it wasn't a big deal. Again, no one was dying for a Sun and Moon stage or anything, but it just feels weird to have a new Pokemon in a Smash game and then not have, you know, it just feels weird, you know? It just feels weird to not have a new stage. Now, I'm sure that this time around, that will not be it. Like, if there is a new Pokemon in the base game, we will absolutely have a stage for it. Probably. Whether it's Gen 9 or Gen 10 or whatever, you know, like, they'll probably do it for that, the base game this time around. Because they're going to have a new Pokemon, right? Like, they have to have a new Pokemon in the base game. They're going to have one from one generation or another. And it will probably get a stage, especially because they're obviously not going to be bringing all the stages back again. But, yeah. I need to drink some water. I hope they take their time with the next gen, because as much as I like Scarlet and Violet, I had too many problems. Yeah, I think pretty much everyone, regardless of how... Like, I think it's pretty safe and uncontroversial to say, whether you enjoyed Scarlet and Violet for what it was or not, that I think everyone on planet Earth can agree that they need to take their time next time. Everyone can agree on that. I don't think I've seen a single person say otherwise, regardless of how you feel about Scarlet and Violet. Because I'm not going to sit here and be like, Scarlet and Violet's the worst game ever, because I haven't played it. I have no real opinion on it beyond a couple of objections to the art style. I don't like the art style shift. I don't like how the characters don't look the way they're supposed to. They kind of like modified the existing art style, and it doesn't look quite right. But aside from that, I don't really have any complaints myself. That's only because I haven't played it. I'm sure I'll play it at some point, like way down the line. But obviously it's not happening anytime soon. And obviously there's a lot of visible things people have issues with. But that's a whole other conversation. that I can't really speak to because, again, I haven't really played it. My only real issue with it is just the art style shift, really, more than anything. In terms of stuff, at least whatever. Anyways, moving on from that. The point is, yeah, like, supposedly, there was a rumor the other day that Gen 10 is going to be, like, a 2026 release, which I hope it is. I really don't think they should put out a game because, like, they don't need 2 games in 2025, right? Because they had 2 games in 2022. They had Legends at the beginning of the year, and then they had Scarlet and Violet at the end of the year. We don't need that again. Now, granted, it came out in, like, January. They could have put it if they really wanted to put out Legends in November, they probably could have. But obviously they had the Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl remakes with ILCA. They had that coming out, so they didn't want to have 2 games at the same time. So it's a bit of a different story now, I guess. But yeah. But yeah, they definitely need to take their time. That's for sure. And yeah, realistically, I think late 2026 is about the earliest I would want to see them put out a new proper generation. In fact, you know what? Honestly, if they delayed it to 2027, I'd be fine with that. I am perfectly okay waiting for Gen 10 if it means it's going to be substantially better in at least some capacity. Like, I'm perfectly fine with waiting for that. But to be fair, it's easy for me to say that because it's not a franchise that's, like, the most important thing in the world to me. I used to be really into Pokemon as a kid. Like, way back in, like, you know, the late 2000s, early 2010s. I used to be really into it. I watched the anime all the time. I played Battle Revolution on the Wii. The Battle Revolution on the Wii was the first Pokemon game I'd ever played, by the way. But the first proper Pokemon game I ever played was actually, ironically, on my 10th birthday, funny enough, Pokemon Diamond in January of 2010. That was the first one I ever played. In retrospect, I wonder why I didn't ask for Platinum, because Platinum was out at that point, but whatever. I ended up getting Platinum later. And my personal favorite Pokemon game is Heart Gold, Soul Silver. But that's beside the point. The point is, but here's the thing. That was the era where I was really invested in Pokemon. But I think starting around 2012, 2013, it started to fall off. And by the time that, like, X and Y came out, I was pretty much checked out for the most part. I mean, I had interest in it, obviously. But I wasn't, like, dying to play it. And I never have, and I still haven't. Again, my plan is I'm going to go back and play through all the Pokemon games I missed at some point. Like, I haven't played X and Y. I haven't played Sun and Moon, either of them, both the regular and Ultra. I haven't played either of them. I did play Sword and Shield, just because, when it came out. Because that was not counting Let's Go, that was the first proper generation on a home console. So I was kind of like, I'll play it. It'll probably be fine. And it was fine. I think Sword and Shield, when it was all said and done, was a perfectly okay game. But that's its biggest flaw. It was so okay. Like, that was the whole problem. Like, this is the big leap to the Switch, and it was just okay. That's kind of like the whole conundrum of that game. But overall, I thought the game was, like, okay. And then I haven't played Scarlet and Violet because of, well, 1, the art style, and then 2, all the technical issues that people have talked about forever. But I'll end up playing it at some point, probably on Ryujinx down the line. But, you know, I'll end up getting it and playing it at some point, I'm sure. But anyways. The 2027 Gen 10 would be the best case. Yeah, I feel like they really should just be like 2027. I know that's going to be, that they don't want to do that, because then they'd go essentially 2 years without a new game. Now, we've had year gaps before. Like, for example, you know, there was nothing in 2015. Mainline. There was nothing mainline in 2015, right? ORAS came out in 2014, Sun and Moon came out in 2016, but there was nothing in 2015 that was mainline. Yes, there was Super Mystery Dungeon. I'm not counting that. I'm only counting mainline. There was nothing mainline that year. The elusive Pokemon Z never happened. Pokemon Z never happened. None of that ever happened. It was just a blank year. Now, granted, we also had a blank year in 2020, but we had the DLCs for Sword and Shield, so I'm not going to count that as a blank year, because we still got new content. Same for last year, 2023. There was nothing in 2023, but we had the DLC. So like, we've had something new, mainline, every year since 2015, I think. Of some variety. I'm counting the DLC with that. So, not having anything in 2026... Actually, no, not even. Actually, wait a second. There's not going to be anything this year. I just realized that. If we're not going to get anything this year, there's nothing this year, because Legends is, like, next year. So, we're not going to get anything mainline this year. And again, I don't think anyone's dying over that. Oh, no, there's not another game. Like, no one's dying over that, obviously. But, like, I just kind of realized that, yeah, we're not going to get anything this year for that. I had silver version since the day it came out. Got for my birthday in 2000, and that was the day it came out. And there was something magical about the first 4 gens that just isn't there anymore. So, if you were to ask me how would I split up like the Pokemon like generations, and here's what I would do. Here's what I personally do. I consider the first like 5 generations, 4, 5. Sometimes I'm kind of debating whether or not I want to throw Gen 5 in there, because I do like Gen 5, and there's a lot of good stuff in Gen 5, and the Gen 5 soundtrack is amazing. But Gen 5 is definitely its own thing, like, because Gen 5 was kind of a soft reboot in some ways, because, you know, the first 4 generations, right? You know, the first 4 generations, you know, Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, they're all based on Japan. You know, they all had, pre-existing Pokemon come back. But in Black and White, they did something that was based on New York instead of Japan. And also, none of the previous generation Pokemon returned in the wild, I should say. Like, obviously you could transfer them from the older games and stuff, but like, in the wild, they weren't there. It was all new. It was completely new. You were never going to stumble upon any old Pokemon in Black and White, at least on your initial playthrough, from what I remember. So it was kind of like a soft reboot in a way, where it was obviously a new generation, but it was also splitting off from what the previous 4 generations had done to some extent. But obviously, especially now, like, I know at the time Gen 5 reception was different, but nowadays it's looked back upon as like an absolute classic, right? Like, people love Gen 5, you know, especially the soundtrack. And so because of that, I would say the first 5 generations are like the quote-unquote golden age. That is what I would say. Is the first 5 generations are like kind of the golden, or maybe, or something, or around those lines. Yeah, this is just obviously completely arbitrary, but that's probably what I would say, is like the first 4 to 5 generations, depending on how you want to place it, are like the quote golden age, or at least they're the golden age for me at the very least. Because again, those are the generations that I knew. I mean, I grew up with like Gens 4 and to a lesser extent 5. You know, I watched the anime of various, you know, like I had the Orange Island DVDs. You know, I used to watch the Hoenn anime all the time on like this old website that doesn't exist anymore. So like, I would say that the first like 5 generations, like kind of the golden era. And then we have the 3DS era. I'm just gonna count Gens 6 and 7 as the 3DS era, because they're kind of in the same camp in my books. And again, I haven't played X and Y. I haven't played Sun and Moon, so I have no real opinion on them outside of maybe the soundtrack to some extent. But those games, the impression I've gotten, okay, X and Y. X and Y, from what I gathered, even at the time, but especially now, was not received the greatest. The impression I've gotten is that X and Y was essentially it was a Pokemon game. It was one of the Pokemon games. It was fine. It was okay. But there was nothing really special or unique about it that made it stand out. It didn't have, like, a phenomenal soundtrack like Gen 5 did. It didn't have any, like, really cool new designs that people really liked for the most part. Obviously, there are a couple of exceptions to that. Like, and probably the thing about X and Y that people liked the most was the anime, which I have never really seen outside of the first couple episodes, but outside of, like, the anime, which I know at least a certain amount of people like, X and Y was kind of just like yeah, it existed, it's another Pokemon game, you know. That's kind of the impression I get for X and Y. Now, Sun and Moon, I actually don't really know what the consensus on Sun and Moon is, but it's kind of in the same boat of, like, it's fine. I think it has more going for it than X and Y probably does, just because of its like unique location being in Hawaii, basically, or whatever. But like, generally speaking, not much really to say about it either. It's kind of just another Pokemon game. So I would say overall, you know, if you want to be generous or whatever, I guess you could call that maybe the Silver Age. You know, they were fine. They were okay. But they weren't blowing anyone's socks off, and people aren't like, oh yeah, man, I really liked X and Y. Oh yeah, I really liked... Like, people don't really say that. At least from what I've seen. So that's kind of that. So that's kind of like the Silver Age, if you want to go by that. And then we have the Switch era, which has obviously been very controversial, to say the very least. And it's been that the entire time. The controversy didn't really start ramping up, I think, until Sword and Shield, but even Let's Go, when it was first revealed, was controversial. For a variety of reasons. The most notable of which that I can remember being the fact that it took influence, as the name would suggest, from Pokemon Go, by having, like, the catching mechanic, instead of you actually fighting wild Pokemon. Now, I don't know how it actually worked in the game itself, because, again, I haven't played Let's Go. But I think that was the big, at least from what I remember, that was the big controversy with that game before it came out, was like, what? You can't even catch wild Pokemon? I think that was the big one. I know there were complaints about the visuals and some other things, but that was kind of like the big one. If you were to ask me, as someone that has not played it, and is only going off of what I've seen, what I think about it, I do feel like it's unnecessary. We didn't need another Kanto remake. Certainly not one done in the way that they did it. Now, I will give them this. They tried to make it at least a little different, because it's not a straight-up remake of either Red and Blue or Fire Red and Leaf Green. It's kind of like its own standalone, like, alternate universe version of Red and Blue, or Red and Green, whatever. Because... you know, because, well, for starters, Red and Leaf are not in the game. Instead, they have two new characters, which I believe... Oh, I don't remember what the male character is called, but I think the female character is called, like, Elaine. I could be wrong. I don't know. Point is, they made up two new protagonists, and they made up a new rival. Instead of it being Blue/Gary, they made up a new kid that no one really liked. But aside from that, it was, generally speaking, the same-ish. I don't know. Again, I haven't played it. But the people were not the biggest fans of that one either. In retrospect, it's probably one of the better received titles during the Switch era. But it was still not received great, especially because it was the first... I mean, it wasn't the first, like, generation on the Switch, but it was the first mainline game on the Switch, so that also had some expectation. But of course the controversy didn't really kick into gear until Sword and Shield. Now, I believe there was controversy even when the game was first announced, but of course when the controversy really heated up with the whole Dexit thing. Now, personally, I think the Dexit thing was going to happen at some point. They were never going to be able to have all the Pokemon in the game forever. But, that was not the game to do that with. The first proper, full-on, no ifs, ands, or buts, generational leap for Pokemon should not have been the game that they decided to cut. That was not the game to do that with, I guess is my problem. But at the same time, if they had done it later, it wouldn't have made any sense. Like, what if they had done Dexit with Scarlet and Violet instead of Sword and Shield? That wouldn't have made any sense because they already had all the models made for the Switch. So, I mean, granted, apparently Scarlet and Violet did get brand new models instead of using the same ones they've been using since, like, X and Y or whatever. But, like, you get what I'm saying, though. Like, it would have been weird to do it, like, halfway through the console. Like, that'd be like if in Sun and Moon they did Dexit and not X and Y, or Black and White instead of Diamond and Pearl. It would have just been, like, really weird to do it then, halfway through. But, I don't know, I guess there really was no good time. There was never really a good time, dang it. There was never really a good time to do Dexit, but that was definitely not the time to do it. Was the first proper console title. Well, that was not the time to do Dexit, but anyway, yeah. Then we had Legends, and Legends was considered a step in the right direction. It had its critics, especially for the visual. The visuals are going to be a recurring theme with Pokemon on Switch being a criticism. Like, pretty much all of them have had that complaint thrown at it to some extent. But, you know, visuals aside, people at least thought it was a step in the right direction. Again, haven't played it, but the consensus is that not perfect or anything, but hey, it's a step in the right direction. And then Scarlet and Violet came out and took any goodwill they had from Legends Arceus and just threw that away. And that game has basically been a complete... It's been controversial the entire time. Pretty much. Mainly for the visuals, for a variety of reasons. Although, again, like I said before, my actual main complaint is not the graphics themselves. I mean, don't get me wrong, the graphics are a big problem, but it's also just like the art style shift, which they didn't need to do, and I'm not really sure why they did it. My guess is that they wanted to try something different that wasn't going to be like super hard on them, but it just didn't really work. I don't know. I hope that when Gen 10 comes out, they go back to the old art style, because of all the complaints people had with Sword and Shield or Sun and Moon, the art style was not really one of them. But anyways, I don't know. I guess the long and short of this whole little tangent is Gen 1 through 5, the Golden Age, 6 through 7, Silver, then I guess 8, 9, and whatever came out on the Switch is kind of like Bronze at best. But that's at least my general kind of whatever. Again, I haven't played a lot of these newer games, and I'm not going to sit here and again be all like, they're the worst thing ever, because I haven't played them. I'm not going to judge them before I haven't played them. Doesn't mean I don't have my preconceptions about them, but I am not going to fully judge a game until I have played it, and I have not played most of them. But what I can say is I was there for Gens 4 and 5. That's kind of that was my era of Pokemon. And then I skipped Gen 6, and I skipped Gen 7. Then I played Sword and Shield, and then I haven't played Scarlet and Violet, or Legends Arceus, or Let's Go, or any of that stuff for the most part. And I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping that Gen 10 is an improvement. Here's what I can say about Gen 10. Gen 10 is going to look and perform better than Scarlet and Violet. For one simple reason. Gen 10 is most likely going to be the first mainline game for the Switch 2. Because Z to A, whether Z to A comes out in January, or February, or November, it's a Switch game. It is a Switch game. But Gen 10, especially if it's 2026, or 2027, that is 100% going to be a Switch 2 title. And so the sheer leap in power will guarantee that the next game looks and runs better by default, no matter what happens. I mean, hopefully it's better beyond that point, but there will be some baseline increase solely because of the hardware, right? Like, if there was a Pokemon game on the PS5, it would look and run better because it's a Pokemon game on the PS5, right? Yeah, there's just a baseline increase. There's a baseline increase that comes with it. But yeah, I don't know. I guess, yeah, so, hopefully Gen 10's good. Hopefully Z to A is good, but obviously we'll have to see. I mean, Z to A, I really don't think they can screw up Z to A that much. Well, okay, well, in some respects. I mean, the whole thing of Z to A being, like, only in Lumio City is weird, but probably for the best when it comes to the visuals and performance, for them to just have to focus on one area. I mean, it's one big area, but it's just one area. It's not an entire map like Scarlet and Violet was. So it will probably look and run better for that reason alone, but it is still kind of weird that they're going to do an entire game based in one city. And honestly, I really like X and Y, but it doesn't feel the same as its predecessors. Yeah, again, I haven't played X and Y. I'm sure I will at some point. I think, you wanna know my favorite thing? I think, yeah, the most notable things that X and Y probably did from a legacy perspective is probably Greninja, Serena in the anime, and there's one other thing. I think there's one, I don't know, there's not much, if I'm being honest. There's really not that much. But there's a couple of things that people always remember X and Y for. Like, oh yeah, that's the generation like Greninja is from. Hey, it's the, you know, Serena is from X and Y, and people cared about her in the anime or whatever. Like there are things. Oh wait, I just remembered one. Mega Evolutions. Mega Evolutions. That's a big one. That was the big new gimmick in X and Y, which is coming back in Z to A, which is cool. But okay, I forgot about Megas. Again, I didn't play X and Y. I didn't follow it that closely, but I forgot about Megas. That was a thing, and like, yeah. I think Megas were a thing up until Sword and Shield. Like, they were in X and Y, they were in ORAS. I think they were in the Sun and Moons. Don't quote me on that. But they were not. But they're not in any of the Switch games. They were not in Sword and Shield. They're not in Scarlet and Violet. But they will be coming back in Legends. But that's not really surprising because obviously it's X and Y, basically. You know, Legends Z to A is basically going to be an X and Y sequel. And I say sequel, not prequel, because it's probably going to be in the future. Because Legends Arceus was in the past, right? You know, in the ancient history of Sinnoh under the name Hisui, right? And, you know, the main characters, Rei and Akari, are, like, very obviously direct, like, you know, predecessors of Lucas and Dawn. They never say, to my knowledge, directly anywhere that they actually are related, but, like, come on, look at them. They're like the same design, but in new clothes, basically. And, in fact, I'm wondering if they're gonna do that for Z to A. Like, will we get, like, descendants of, like, Caleb and Serena with new designs? I mean, I don't know. It depends on how far in the future it is. If, you know, if it's like 10, 20 years in the future, then, like, yeah, they can totally, like, have that be a thing. But, like, I don't know. I mean, then again, I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm actually legitimately kind of curious to know, who are the protagonists going to be? Are they going to be descendants of Caleb and Serena? And also, are we going to see any old characters? Because again, even though I didn't play X and Y, I know characters from that game that they could absolutely have show up again. And they will probably have at least a couple of them show up. Again, especially if it's only like 10, 20 years in the future. Like, obviously, if this is like 100 years in the future for some weird reason, then, like, obviously no one's going to be around. But, like, if this is in the future, but not that much in the future, then they can totally have existing characters from X and Y show up. And they probably will, because they'd be crazy not to. But yeah, so in a weird way, because it's going to be set in the future, it's going to be almost like an X and Y 2-ish, kind of. Not really. Also, can I just say that, like, the way that they used that title, right? Like, the Z to A. Like, when they did the reveal, and it was, like, Pokemon Legends, and then it was Z, and then they had the Z, like come... It's like, they knew what they were doing with the Z. You can't tell me that they don't know what they're doing with the Z, because, again, way back in, like, 2015, 2016, there was all the talk of Pokemon Z, and it never happened. They did a Z anime, but they didn't do a Z game. So it was like really weird. They didn't do that. But they're bringing back the Z now, and it has like the green scales and everything, so it's totally on purpose. That doesn't actually mean anything. I don't know. I don't even know what people would want in a Pokemon Z, to be honest, because again, didn't play X and Y, didn't follow the community. Still don't follow the community. I don't know. But yeah. Alrighty then. So now, we've done all the base tracks. So now it's time to do the DLCs. And so we're going to do the D of the L to the C of the characters. I don't know why I said it like that. I think isn't the first one the Zelda one? I think the first one's the Zelda one. So we're gonna do Zelda. Yeah, so yeah, these two. So yeah, this is wave 1, and then these are wave 2. Okay, so we'll start with this one. And we'll go down, and then we'll go up, and we'll go down again. And then we'll change to, like, a villager. You know, I was thinking the other day for, like, what the next region for Pokemon could be. Like, what could the next Gen 10 region be? And that's something I've never really thought about that much before. I mean, in terms of regions we've had so far, we've had, so, you know, Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh are all based on some aspect of Japan, with Kanto and Johto being literally right next to each other, so they're basically one big region. And then we have Unito, which is based on New York. We have Alola, which is based on... Wait, no, sorry. Kalos, which is based on France. Alola's based on Hawaii. Galar is based on the UK. England specifically, but the UK in general. And then Scarlet and Violet is based on Spain and Portugal. So I'm kind of like, what's the next big country they could do? Because obviously they have tons of options. And what I thought of the other day was, and this is probably going to happen at some point, whether it's Gen 10, 11, 12, 13, whatever. I was thinking the other day, just out of the blue, there was no reason for it, but for some reason I was like, what if they did a Pokemon game based on Australia? I don't know why, just for some reason I thought about it. I'm like, oh yeah, you know, Australia has its unique wildlife, and of course it has the outback and stuff. Yeah, they could do something with that. I don't know. Because, I mean, I can't think, that was kind of just the one that came to my mind, is like a region that they're absolutely gonna do at some point. Is it gonna be the next region they do? Probably not. But I'm sure it'll happen at some point. Like, Australia's too notable of a country to not do a region on at some point. Or maybe they want to tackle all the European countries first. Like, I don't know, maybe they do one based on Germany next. Because that's kind of the next one in line if we're going by, like, the big European countries, right? You know, Spain, Portugal, France, and the UK. The next obvious one, I would say, would be Germany, I guess. I don't know what they could do with that. But I don't know. Personally, you know, a region is a region, you know? Like, whatever it ends up being is kind of what it is. I don't really think about it too much like that. But I don't know, but for some reason the other day I was like, oh yeah, Australia. I don't know. You wanna know what's funny? Is that how similar the regions are to their real-life counterparts is very odd. Because, like, sometimes they're kind of abstract and they're kind of like, yeah, you can see it, but it's not, like, super obvious. And then other times it's, like, really blatant. Like, Kalos, like, if you look at the map of Kalos, it is so blatant that it's France. There's no subtlety that it's France in the slice. It's the exact same shape. It's exactly the same. Everything is in the spot you'd expect it to be. You know, Lumio City is right exactly where Paris would be. There's no subtlety at all that it's France, right? Whereas with some of the other regions, it's a little more like, yeah, there's parts of it, but not the whole thing. Like, for example, Galar, right, is based on the UK. But if you look at the official map, it doesn't look exactly the same. It's similar, but it's not exactly the same. Also, the map is flipped upside down. On the official map, anyway, on, like, the wiki or whatever. Like, it's flipped upside down. So you're viewing it from, like, Scotland downward, as opposed from England upward on the official map, I think. Which means, in theory, if we're going by real-life logic, you should be able to just barely see Kalos across, like, the strait or whatever, but... you know, there's a part of me that was one... Because, like, on the Scarlet and Violet map, which isn't as blatant as, like, a Kalos is in terms of, like, being the country it's supposed to be or whatever. But, like, you can see, like, the attachment point, like, in the corner, right? Because most of that... I just realized, did I even say the name of the region last time? Did I say Scarlet and Violet? Is Spain and Portugal and not even say the region's name? Chaldea. Chaldea. I don't know why I forgot about Chaldea. But, like, with Chaldea, like, it's mostly an island, but then there's that bit in the corner, in, like, the top right corner, where you can see it connect to something, like actual Spain and Portugal would, right? But they don't show anything, right? Not that there would be that much to show, but I've always been, like, are they ever gonna actually have them be connected, or is it just, like, are they not gonna do it? Because... obviously, the regions are not 100% the same as the real life. But, like, I don't know, I like the idea of having Chaldea, Kalos, and Galar all be, like, next to each other, like it would be in the real world. I like that idea, personally. That's probably not actually how it works. They're probably all completely disconnected on completely different land masses that have nothing to do with each other in the world of Pokemon. But I just like the idea that, like, they're all where they would be in real life. So, like, Alola, right, would be in the middle of the ocean, surrounded by nothing in the Pokemon world, like it is in real life. Like, yeah, stuff, I don't know, I just... But, you know, it probably isn't actually like that. In fact, I know it's not like that, because I actually did see on the wiki once that there is an episode of the anime where they, I think in black and white, in the black and white anime, where they show like a screen of, like, the Pokemon world, and they show where Unova is, and it's like its own, like, it's its own, like, it's completely separate to how it would be in real life. It's also way bigger than it is in real life. but that's the anime, that's a one-off, it doesn't count, whatever, I don't know. That could absolutely mean nothing, and it probably does mean absolutely nothing, but I don't know. But, I guess kind of my last little thing on Pokemon, since we've been talking about Pokemon, obviously, for a while here. I guess my last little thing I want to say about it for right now is, in terms of what I want to see from Gen 10, the first thing is whatever they did to the art style and character designs in Scarlet and Violet, don't do that. Go back to designing characters the way you did in Sword and Shield. That was fine. Now, I'm saying that like all the designs in Scarlet and Violet are bad or whatever, and they're not. They're not. There are character designs in that game that are perfectly fine. It's just that you can tell that they don't look quite right, at least in the game. Like, the actual 2D artwork is honestly mostly fine, but in the game, in the actual game, they just look wrong. There's like something just wrong that doesn't look quite right. So whatever they did that caused that to happen, don't do that now. Just go back to designing things the way you did in the last game. That was perfectly fine. So do that, and then obviously spend more time on it. Spend more time on the game. If that means late 2026 or even 2027, so be it. It's for the best. You know, do that. And then, ironically, outside of that, I'm not... See, okay, so you know the saying, you know, people don't actually know what they want until or something like that? You know that? That saying? That's kind of me with Pokemon. Like, outside of just this thing in the current game, don't do that, I actually don't know what I really want in a Pokemon game, funny enough. Most of my things are just, this thing that was in Scarlet and Violet, don't do that. That's most of what I would have to say. But I don't actually have anything to contribute to say, this is something that is not in Pokemon right now that I would want in Pokemon. Or even something that was in a previous game I want to see them bring back. Okay, I mean, I guess there's a couple of things they could maybe do, but I don't know. There's like, I really don't know, you know? But I don't know. I guess that's my kind of final thing on Pokemon, I guess, for right now. I guess if you want the really long and short of it, of my current stats with Pokemon, is I don't hate it. I don't hate Pokemon. Never hated Pokemon. I used to really like it. I don't hate it now. I'm not jumping on the Pokemon's the worst thing ever train like everyone else. But I'm also not invested in the franchise right now, and I'm not rushing out to play every game the second it comes out. Basically, it's a franchise I very much still deeply care about. That is absolutely for certain. Just not enough to be there every single time a game launches, or even to play every game. Again, I went for a long time without buying a new Pokemon game. The last Pokemon game I bought during, I guess, my golden age with the franchise was like Black and White 2. And I didn't even play that one that long. I was kind of already out of it when I got that. But, you know, I skipped, like, a whole couple of generations. I did get ORAS, but I didn't buy it. I think I've told this story before, and I'm sure I'll tell it, like, 1,000 times in the future. But I do have ORAS, but only because Nintendo kept screwing up the repairs on my new 3DS in, like, 2016. Because, like, the little, like, on the new 3DS, you know the little, like, C-stick? You know, you can use for Smash and stuff. Well, it kept having problems, and I kept having to get it sent in. And so eventually, they basically offered me, like, a free 3DS game as, like, you know, kind of a sorry about your 3DS constantly being a problem. And I could have picked X and Y, and I deliberately didn't, and I picked ORAS instead. In retrospect, I kind of wish I had picked X and Y, but hey, it is what it is, right? But, yeah, so yeah, I like Pokemon. I always will like Pokemon no matter what happens with the franchise, but it's not one I'm currently invested in. It's not a franchise that, like, I'm, like, super invested in right now. It's not a franchise I rush out to play every time it comes out or even play it at all. Right now, I'm basically in a waiting for the franchise to reach a point where I feel like coming back. That's kind of where I am right now. I'm not saying the next Pokemon game has to be the best Pokemon game of all time. It just has to cross that. It just has to cross a threshold. It has to cross a good enough threshold for me to be like, yeah, I'll pick that up. That's all it has to do, and it just hasn't reached that point yet. Once it reaches that point, I'll totally be down to play it. But until that happens, I'll gladly sit on the sidelines and just kind of wait and see how things go. So yeah, I guess that's my little Pokemon discussion, I guess. Alrighty then. We are almost 3 hours in now. Almost 3 hours. We are on the DLC tracks here. What else to talk about? What else to talk about? If anyone has anything they want to bring up to talk about, by all means. Trying to think of something myself. We've talked about Mario Kart, we've talked about Smash, we've talked about Pokemon, we've even talked about the Switch 2 a little. We've talked about the PlayStation, not showcase, but a State of Play that's coming out tomorrow. What else? Oh yeah, I guess one last thing on Pokemon I just kind of forgot of. So you want to know another thing that's going to benefit the next Pokemon game, for me at least? So for starters, by default it will look better. We already talked about that because it'll be on the Switch too, but also they're not going to do the school thing again. Okay, you know how I said, oh, what's something that like I would change? Well, I said that most of my stuff would be this thing you did in Scarlet and Violet. Just don't do that. In the big one for me was the art style. Well, here's the second one. The school setting. Don't do that. At least not with the outfits they chose. That's my biggest complaint. Is I remember when the Scarlet and Violet trailer first came out, and I saw the main character design, and I was like, okay, that's not great. I mean, I think this is going to be a pretty uncontroversial take. It's going to be pretty controversial, pretty milquetoast, pretty standard, I imagine. But the Scarlet and Violet main characters, who I believe are named Floridian and Juliana, I think are their official names, are easily by default almost the worst character designs in the series for a main character. Because they not only got saddled with school outfits, problem number one, they got saddled with bad-looking school outfits. Because it's not like you can't have school outfits in a game and have it be good. Persona, right? The Persona series is known for its good school outfits. Other series are known for their good school outfits. Anime is known for good school outfits. But they didn't do the traditional, like, Japanese-style school outfit for Scarlet and Violet. They did something completely different that looks way worse. And it'd be one thing if you could fix that by just by just buying stuff from shops or whatever. But from what I've seen, pretty much all of the customization in that game is just different school outfits. You can't have regular clothes in that game. At least in the base game. I know in the DLCs there are different outfits, but in the base game you're saddled with some form of school outfit, and it doesn't look good, and yeah. That's not going to be the thing in the next game. The next game is going to have actual main characters with actual designs that are different and actually look good, probably. Because they're not going to do the school thing again, obviously. Not anytime soon, at least. Actually, yeah, I forgot to mention that, but that is 100% true. Yeah, because I haven't watched Pokemon anime on a regular basis in like over a decade, but I have seen a good amount of at least what's in Horizons with the new characters, and it is really weird that the school outfits in that show look way better than it's really weird. I don't know why, but they do. It's like, why couldn't they have looked like that in the game? Like, why couldn't they have looked like that? It would have, I mean, it still wouldn't have been as good as having proper designs like the other games, but it would have been better than what they did for Scarlet and Violet. It's like really weird, yeah. Because, yeah, Horizons is not, like Journeys before, it's not officially the Scarlet and Violet anime, but obviously it has a lot of that stuff in it, you know. Liko has Sprigata. Well, actually, now she has the evolution I don't know the name of, but like it's based on Scarlet and Violet. That's its main thing, right? And yet it has better school outfits than the game it's based. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, but hey, that'll be fixed next time because they're not gonna do the school outfit thing probably again ever. So we'll get regular character designs that are different. That's another thing too. Is that like the characters also look the same? That's another thing that's weird about it, is Floridian and Juliana are like the same. It's the same design. It's not different. So it's like, strike number one, it's a bad-looking school outfit. Strike number 2, they are the exact same outfit across the two characters. You would think they would do something to make it different, but they didn't. So they look, at least when they have that outfit on, they are like, they're not exactly the same, but they're like very close to being the same looking character. Like, I don't know. But again, that's all gonna be fixed in the future because I'm not gonna do that again. But yeah, anyway. Okay, I guess that was my last little thing there with that. Alrighty then. Where are we with this? Oh yeah, where are we with this? Okay, so you know how I said that Rei and Akari in Legends Arceus, they have the same outfit, or at least the same style of outfit, but they're not exactly the same, right? Like, there are differences between the two that make them different. Like, why? Like, that's another thing. Again, it goes back to the whole thing of, like, why are the Scarlet and Violet school outfits, like, the exact same between the two characters when Rei and Akari had the same basic design, but they still made them, but there were still differences. Again, it's just really weird. They're, like, the exact same. But yeah, again, I'm sure we're gonna get a normal character design with two unique designs for the two characters, and we're not gonna, that problem will be fixed. I'm sure that will be fixed in the next games. But anyway, okay, so enough about that. That was a bit of a tangent there, but and you want to know what's funny? Okay, I keep one actual last thing this time. You want to know how I know that those designs are not good? They're not in Pokemon Masters, which is like, those of you who don't know what Pokemon Masters is, it's this mobile game that's basically, okay, so you know how there's all those like gacha games, you know how there's all those like, you know, waifu gacha games? Pokemon Masters is basically the Pokemon waifu gacha game. That's basically what it is. Like, it has battles from what I've seen. I've never played it, but it's beyond obvious if you look at it for 5 seconds that this game's main purpose is collect all of the characters and collect all the different outfits for the characters. That is very clearly what the game's main thing is. And I've seen that, like, they have like every character in that game. Name a like notable character from the Pokemon franchise, they're in that game. Even Ash is in that game. The Journey's version of him, granted, but still, like everyone is in that game. All of the main protagonists are in the game, mostly. We'll get to that. Like, all of the like gym leaders are in the game. All of the Elite Fours are in the game. All of like the rivals and companions are in the game. Like, if they are a notable character whatsoever, they're in that game, and they probably have at least 3 or 4 different like alternate outfits for you to roll for or whatever. Right? But there's one, but here's the thing. I've looked on the wiki, and if you look at the list of like characters that are in Pokemon Masters by like region, there's not that many for Paldea, and the main characters are not in the game yet. Like, Nemona's in the game, Penny's in the game, whoever the champion is, her name, she's in the game. There's a couple other characters in the game, but the main characters aren't in the game. And you want to know why they're not in the game? Probably it's because their outfits aren't good and people wouldn't want them. Now, I'm sure they'll end up in the game at some point. I'm sure they will. But like, the fact that they're not in the game like a year and a half after the game, like Scarlet and Violet came out, is like very telling. That's how much those outfits were just not the right decision. I mean, sure, Nemona has the outfit too, but I feel like her character design like pulls it off better. You know? I feel like that school outfit works on her character more than it does any other character, but anyways, I don't know. Point is, I just kind of thought that was something else that kind of tells you that they kind of screwed up on the design for those characters. Like, they're not even in Masters, and everyone's in Masters. Everyone's in Masters, but not those two. At least not yet. Which, again, I'm sure they will be at some point. But who knows? Okay, I think that really is my last thing I have to say. Um, Masters is fine. I'm not a huge gacha guy. Same feeling I had with Blue Archive. It's fine, not a cup of tea. I guess, okay, I technically have played a gacha game before, but not like one that people would really consider a gacha. And also, like, I've never, like, actually, like, really sat there and, like, played or buyed anything. I'm basically have never really done any gacha anything for the most part. The closest thing to a gacha I think I've ever actually played, really, is like Fire Emblem Heroes back when that first came out. That's technically a gacha. But I never bought, but even back when that first came out, I actually did play it for a little while when it first came out. I actually did kind of like it. And I'm not even a Fire Emblem person, but I never bought anything. I never bought anything because I never felt the need to. But like, that's the closest thing to a gacha I've ever played. And it was not, and I think that like only half counts. I didn't even play it for that long. I've never played any of the games people would point at as like a gacha kind of game, really. I've never really. Ironically, if there was any game I would, it probably would be Masters, just because it's Pokemon, and it has all the characters in it. That'd probably be the only one I'd probably give any real attention to. But even then, I'm probably not gonna. I mean, I haven't at this point. The game's been out for like, what, 4 or 5 years? Does the trophy lottery and Melee count as a gacha? No. If you don't have to spend real money on it, it doesn't count. So in-game money. And when I say in-game money, I mean like proper in-game money, kind of like how Smash has like coins and stuff, or yeah, like stuff like that, like proper in-game money, not the in-game money that games have where like it's really just actual money but they call it something different, like proper actual in-game currency as it used to be like 10-20 years ago. Like that does not count because that's not paid, you know. See, no, that doesn't count. In my mind, gacha is like, oh, I can pay. I don't know. I've like barely played them, so I'm just making this up. Like, I'm gonna roll, and it's gonna cost me like $15 or whatever to get this 5-star whatever. Like, that's my very like genericized, doesn't like whatever. But like that's what I think of when I think gacha. I think something like that, not. Oh, I can like do, yeah, like the Melee thing where like, oh, you can deposit X amount of coins, get X amount of or no, the way it worked in Melee was the more coins you put in, the higher percentage you got of getting something new. But again, that's not paid, that's fully in-game. There's no way to buy currency. Like that, yeah, that's the way I think of it. If you can buy currency and roll for something, that counts as at least somewhat gacha. But if it's completely in-game, there's no way to buy currency, that doesn't count. Because I know that like Xenoblade 2 has like a gacha thing in it, but obviously that game doesn't have microtransactions or anything, so that doesn't count, in my opinion. But there apparently is some like mini game or something that like is basically a gacha, but like an in-universe gacha that uses something. I don't know. You get what I'm trying to say, I think. You know, dang, I can't help it, you know? I say I'm not really invested in Pokemon that much, and yet I keep bringing it up because I don't know why. Like, a more accurate term is I'm not invested in current Pokemon that much. I think that'd be a more accurate term. But as a whole, again, Pokemon still means like a lot to me. But so that's why I keep bringing it up, and this conversation hasn't ended yet. But one thing I am curious to see is so obviously with Horizons, right? Horizons is a complete clean slate for the Pokemon anime, right? It's the first series to not feature Ash or any of the existing characters we've known for 20 plus years. It's a completely brand new, from the ground up series that, as far as I know, has no connection to the world we already know. Now, I'm sure that the series takes place in the same world or universe as the other series have, but to my knowledge, at least so far, we have not seen like an old character pop up in any shape, way, or form, to my knowledge. Again, don't watch it, but I know what happens because, like, I follow the Pokemon, like, Instagram and, like, YouTube channels, and they post, like, clips and stuff. So I know what's happening, even if I'm not watching it. And I have not seen a single old character pop up yet. It's all been new characters, which is the whole point. But what I'm getting at is, it's inevitable that at some point, even if it's not now, or 6 months from now, or a year or 2 years, we're gonna see old characters pop up again. There's absolutely no way we're not gonna see old characters pop up. Like, yeah, Ash is the bare minimum. Bare minimum, him. Never mind everyone else, who I also think we will see. We're gonna see Misty again, we're gonna see Brock again, we're gonna see May and Max again, we're gonna see Dawn and Iris and Serena. We're gonna see them all again at some point. Whether it's 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, they're all gonna show up. You name them, that they're probably gonna show up at some point. They can't not. But like, but the question is how long? How long do they hold off before showing us old characters again? Because it's probably a good thing that they're not doing that. And I'm not even saying that they should. They shouldn't. But like, at some point they obviously will. And the big question I want to know is, if they show up again, will they be any different? I mean, obviously they'll be different, but when I say different, what I mean is, will time had passed? Like, will we finally get to see old characters aged up? Will that finally happen? Or when Ash shows up in the anime in like 5 years, is he still gonna be 10? Or 11 or whatever it is at this point? Because everyone's debated that for like how many years? Well, actually, there's this one special in the anime where Ash says he's 11, but actually in the black and white opening, he says he's 10, or whatever the heck that old video was from like the J-Wits or whatever from like 10 years ago. But like, I don't know. Professor Oak, actually, you know what? That makes sense. Professor Oak, because he's a mainstay. He's been around since the beginning. He's always been a thing in the anime to some extent for a long, long time. And that's a character that they can have show up and have it not really mean anything. Because, like, that, I could see that. I could see Oak being, like, the first one that they actually have show up. I can see that. That's a pretty, like, reasonable character for them to include, but that's not a main character. But obviously, when I think old characters showing up, I'm thinking more main character. Or if not main character, like close enough to being a main character that it may as well just be a main character. Like what's a character that's not strictly a main character but may as well be a main character? Honestly, I'm having okay, I got, no, that's not a main character. Okay, main character is not the right word. Recurring character. Recurring character would be a more accurate term. A character that shows up every once in a while on a consistent basis, but is not strictly a main character. Team Rocket. Okay, yeah, yeah, they're pretty close to being main characters almost. They're about as close to being a main character as you can get without actually being a main character, because they've always been around, at least up until Horizons. They've always, well, I think they're in Journeys. I'm not sure if they're in Journeys, but I know at least up until Sun and Moon they were around. They've always been around, you know, the trio at least. You know, obviously Team Rocket is more than the trio, but when people say Team Rocket, they obviously mean Jesse, James, and Meowth. That was my bad impressions. I hope you liked them. You know, insert the theme song here. Yeah, but yeah, that's what they think of when they think of that. Yeah, they could do that also. But yeah, yeah, they could, yeah, so Professor Oak, like a professor just in general, but Professor Oak is obviously the big one. You have Team Rocket, and any of the three of Team Rocket. Gary. They could have Gary show up, because Gary is not a main character. He's not a main character, he's a recurring character. He shows up every, or at least he used to during the Ash era. He used to show up every once in a while. Obviously, his main period was during the original series, but even after that, he would show up every once in a while, or, you know, whenever Ash would go back to Pallet Town before he would move off to the next region, they'd have a couple episodes. Like, I remember, I think during Sinnoh, I think at the end of Sinnoh, when he went back to Pallet Town, they had a couple episodes with Gary. Like, they could have him show up. That's a character that's notable. That's a notable character, but isn't a main character. Gary had a great arc in Journeys. So here's the funny thing. So yeah, I know he had an appearance in Journeys because I've seen it on the wiki, but it looks really weird because, like, I've seen the screenshot of, like, Gary and Go right next to each other, and it's like they're from two different eras. I mean, they are, literally, but it's so weird seeing them side by side. They do not feel like they mesh at all, design-wise. Yeah. To be fair, though, I was never the biggest fan of Go's design in the first place, but, like, especially putting it next to, like, a classic character like Gary, it's like the design, it's so different. It's so different. Yeah, so yeah, Gary's another one. What's something else? That isn't that? Richie. He's not nearly as recurring as some of the others have been, but, like, he's a character that I think has shown up a couple of times. Or is that mostly in the original? Because I distinctly remember, because I think I mentioned this way earlier in the stream, but I had the Orange Island DVDs. I had the Orange Island DVDs growing up, so I, believe it or not, even though the original series is the iconic one that everyone has seen and everything, I have not actually seen that much of the original series. Because here's the thing, I actually talked to this with Ethan a while ago, where I was like, what would you qualify as the original series? Because to me, the original series has always been Kanto. Just Kanto. Those first, like, 50, 60, however many episodes they are. Like, that's the original series. You know, the Indigo League, as it used to be called, or as it's called now, The Beginning, or whatever. Like, that's the original anime in my mind. Then there's the Orange Islands, which is what I grew up on originally, well, alongside other stuff like Sinnoh. But, like, that's the oldest series that I really grew up on because I had the DVDs. Absolutely love that theme song, by the way. Like, Pokemon World is, like, it's not the best one, but it's, like, my favorite. Like, the best one, it's unoriginal, I'm gonna say it. The original theme, I'm sorry, it's a classic, what do you want from me? The original theme is the best. The original series, okay, so the original series theme, I'm not talking about the series overall. The best theme is obviously the original. I'm sorry, I know it's probably the most obvious, whatever, I don't care. It's considered the best for a reason. It's just so insanely iconic. But even though I think that one is the best theme, my personal favorite is Pokemon World. Do you want to be a master of Pokemon? Do you have the skills to be number one? Like, I is so of the era, I'm sure, but, like, I don't even care. I love that theme. It's very nostalgic. You know, actually, not too long ago, I finally, because believe it or not, so I have a ton of soundtracks on my computer, most of which are not very legitimate, but the point is, I have a lot of soundtracks, and I managed to find a download for the Pokemon X CD, not to be confused with X and Y. The X CD is an old CD that came out in, like, 2006. And it has, like, all of the old openings on it. So it has the original, you know, I wanna be the video. It's got that on it. It's got Pokemon World. It's got all the Johto themes, all the Hoenn themes. They're all on there, plus a couple of others. And I listened to, like, all of those old themes for the first time in, like, a long time. And outside of like maybe one, I think there's only like one theme I can say I don't really like. Obviously the original theme is an absolute classic. I love Pokemon World. What's the second one called? I think the second one, the third one is just Pokemon Johto. You know, that one, like that, the first Johto theme. I think that's just called Pokemon Johto. I like that one. And what's kind of cool is that the CD has like an extended version of it that doesn't just stop where most of them are just the TV length versions where they would stop where they would be on the actual show. But obviously the Pokemon theme, the original, is the full version. But Pokemon World is the TV version. Pokemon Johto is the full-length version. And then I think all the themes after that point are just the TV version. There's no full-length version. But there is a CD out there. That has the full-length version of Pokemon World that I actually did find a download for that I've never heard before. I had never heard the full version of that song, which was kind of neat to hear. Yeah, but I still think that most of those old themes hold up. I mean, obviously there's obviously some rose-tinted glasses in there, I'll admit. But I think most of those themes, like I listen to most of those themes, and I still like them. The only one the only one I think I don't like is I forget what the name of it is on the CD, but like the second Hoenn theme. The second Hoenn theme for what season would that be? I think Advanced Challenge. Because, you know, the first season is Advanced, then it's Advanced Challenge, then it's Advanced Battle, and then it's Battle Frontier. So I think, yeah, the second one, I don't like that one all that much, but I like all the others to some extent. But the one that probably screams like the most like of the era to me is like the first Hoenn opening. When I hear it, I'm like, this totally sounds like it's from the early 2000s. Or something. I don't know what it is. Like, and I was born in like 2000, so like, I was barely even alive for the early 2000s, but when I hear that song, I'm just like, this sounds like something that was made in the early 2000s or early to mid 2000s. I don't know, for some reason it just has that sound, you know. But anyways, anyway, yeah. Okay, I'm just sitting here. Oh, Animal Crossing. Where is the Animal Crossing? There's an Animal Crossing thing in here, right? I think there is. Why do I not see it? Is there not an Animal Crossing thing? Is this it? Is this the Animal Crossing thing? I actually don't know. No. I think it's this. Wait, no. It isn't. This is for the Tanuki Mario. Oh, yeah. Pokemon was the most early 2000s that we've ever heard. I mean, that one's very of the era too. Like, all of those old like 4Kids, because this is back when 4Kids was dubbing the show, right? Almost all of those have some tinge of like of the era in them. Like, again, that's why I say Pokemon World is my personal favorite, but I would not say it's the best one because it's very of the era. Like those like old, a lot of them anyway. But it doesn't mean that they aren't good. Again, I like most of them. Although ironically, up until I re-listened to a lot of those old songs, I kind of was like, which ones do I remember the most? I mean, obviously the iconic theme, I know that line for line like everyone else. I had forgotten what the words for Pokemon World were until I looked it up on the wiki. Like I was like, didn't Orange Islands have its own theme? It wasn't just the I want to be the very best. There was a new theme for it, and I couldn't think what it was. And I went on the wiki, I saw the first line, and then immediately it came flashing back. Do you want to be a master of Pokemon? Do you have the skills to be #1? Like it just came flooding back to me the second I saw the first line on the wiki. It's like, oh yeah, that song is ingrained in my mind. Yeah, it is so of the era, but I don't care. I love it. We all live in a Pokemon world, Pokemon. I want to be the greatest master of them all, greatest master. Anyway. But yeah, wait, hold on, there's leaf tires. It must be that beetle thing. Where is it? This totally has to be it. I don't know what else it'd be. We're gonna go with it, whether it's it or not. Um, a part of me wants to do like a tier list for all of those. uh, but yeah, Johto Journeys. No, that's the name of the season. You know what's weird? They've kind of relabeled the seasons as time goes on. Like back in the day, you know, like for Johto, it's Johto Journeys, Johto League Champions, and then Master Quest were like the 3 season names. But nowadays, it's just Pokemon the series Gold and Silver, which is what it is. But like when you're used to those old names, it's kind of weird. Because, yeah, I think back in, like, 2016, like, around the time Sun and Moon was coming out, they, like, went back and they, like, renamed a bunch of, like, the old 4Kids era, like, dubbed seasons. So, like, the old Indigo League, right? Like, now it's not Indigo League, now it's The Beginning. And I don't remember if that includes the Orange Islands or not. I think it includes Orange Islands in their official description for that terminology. And then, yeah, all the Johto stuff is now just Pokemon the series Gold and Silver. All of the Hoenn stuff is now just Pokemon the series Ruby and Sapphire. You know, like they went away with like the old names, even though I think they still call them that on like something. I don't know. It's like weird. It's like they have 2 different naming things. Also, this is a bit of a side tangent, and I get why they do this, but why do they insist that the anime is not an anime? Pokemon the series. Oh, you mean Pokemon the anime, which is what everyone on planet Earth calls it? I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. It's just that it's weird because it's like, I don't think I've ever seen them officially, barring one occasion, have I ever seen them refer to the anime as the anime in the West. It's always the TV show or the series or something like that, or the cartoon even, if you want to go way back. But like, they've never called it the anime, which is what everyone else on planet Earth calls it, because that's what it is. But then, apparently, okay, well, first things first, did you know that Pokemon has a forum? Because they have a forum, which I didn't know until like a few months ago. And on that forum, they have a section for all the different things, and they have a section that's called like Pokemon Anime. Not Pokemon Animation. I think it's Pokemon Anime on the wiki, but that's the only time they've ever called it that, is on the wiki. I'm not the wiki, because the wiki, of course, is not official, it's third party. But that forum, the official Pokemon forum, has a section called Pokemon Anime, I think. Or Pokemon Animation. I think it's Pokemon Anime, at least last I checked. And that's like the only time they've ever called it the anime. It's the only time they've ever called it that. They've never, it's always been the series or the show or the cartoon. It's never ever been the anime. Outside of that one instance. So where do they distance themselves from anime? Because Pokemon's one of the big reasons why anime got big. Yeah, because it was one of like, alongside like, you know, Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z and stuff. You know, it's from that, you know, late 90s, you know, kind of early 2000s era where like anime, you know, Toonami. I mean, I wasn't around for the Toonami era, but I know people even nowadays will be like, man, the good old days of watching that stuff on Toonami. I mean, Pokemon wasn't on Toonami, obviously. It was on, like, I think the Kids WB back then. But, like, you get the point, yeah. Like, yeah, that was one of the shows that definitely helped popularize anime in the West, and obviously we've seen how big that's become. And yet they refuse to call it the anime in the West. In Japan, it's called the anime, and I know this because I have a bunch of soundtrack stuff. Like, okay. You wanna know something that I think is very underrated when it comes to Pokemon? People love Pokemon music. I love Pokemon music. Everyone loves Pokemon music. But you wanna know one person that doesn't get talked about enough when it comes to Pokemon music? Everyone knows Masuda and Ichinose and some of the newer guys, and like people know the names. Like you know the names, you've seen them before. But you wanna know one name, and when it comes to Pokemon's music legacy, it does not get talked about enough? Shinji Miyazaki, aka the original composer for the anime that composed for the anime for like 20 years. And he made so many iconic tracks. If there is an iconic track from the anime, he made it. And I absolutely love the Shinji Miyazaki Pokemon music, and no one talks about it. Like, no one ever talks about the anime soundtrack that much. And it's like, I think that the anime soundtrack might be my favorite soundtrack in the entire series, to be honest. It's not one of the games, it's like the anime soundtrack, especially like the original stuff from like the first couple seasons. Like, that stuff is just absolute classics. I mean, there's good stuff after that point, but like especially like the original series kind of run, like there's so many iconic tracks. And the thing is, it'd be one thing if he just made good remixes, like if he just made good orchestral versions of the themes from the games, and he did do that, but there's so many original tracks. There's so many original made just for the anime tracks he made that are absolute classics. Especially from the original series. And it's such a shame that like there's only one like real soundtrack CD, because apparently in 2010, in Japan, they put out a best of CD. There's two different versions of it. There's one that's just the game music, like anime music that's based on stuff from the games. So like the battle themes, the town themes, stuff like that. Like that is what that is. And then there's another CD that's like volume 2, and that's all of the original, like made for the anime music. And you can tell how like much iconic stuff there is in like that first like season or whatever, because like the first CD is just the original series on that soundtrack. Like for like the stuff that's original to the anime, that compilation, like the first CD, which is like 30, 40, 50 tracks, is just the original series. And then the second CD is Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh. That's how many iconic tracks there were in the original kind of season there. But yeah, I don't know. So I've been listening to that soundtrack a lot, and like I can't stop listening to it. I just like it too much. But it also kind of annoys me that like there's not more of it, because obviously there's more after Sinnoh, but there's no official soundtrack CD for any of that. Like, there's no official CD or release for any of the Miyazaki music from like Unova or Kalos or Alola, even though it exists, and there are unofficial rips of it that have varying levels of quality. Man, I wish that I really would like for there to be like a new like CD that has like all the newer music he made, because there's a soundtrack CD for Journeys, but not one for the Unova and Cal. It's like really weird. It's like we have the music for, you know, Kanto, Orange Islands, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh. But then we have the music for like Journeys, but we don't get the music for the regions in between. It's like really weird. I think it's, from what I've gathered, apparently it's like a rights thing. Because I don't want to say that Miyazaki owns the music he made, because I don't actually know if that's true, but that's the impression I've gotten. I don't actually know who owns the music. It's probably just, not the Pokemon company directly, but like, whatever, like, you know, Sony or whatever, like, the record label is, you know, like, they probably own it, but it's just weird that, like, we don't have, like, I guess, like, the 2011 through 2019 kind of sound. I don't know, that's something I'd like to have, like, a good quality version of that, because there are some, like, you know, rips where people have tried to, like, make it sound decent, you know, from the show itself. Some of them are good, some of them aren't. One that I actually really like that's from like a newer season is the actual from the game itself, like track for Lumio City, I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, sure, it's memorable, but it's not like that great. It's kind of like, yeah, it's all right, you know. But the anime version, I really like the anime version of Lumio City. There's just something about it that it's so much more grand. I don't know. I guess you'd expect that from being the anime, but like, I don't know, but it's not like the anime always knocks it out of the park in terms of music, even during that era. Like there are a lot of songs where I'd be like the anime version is the best version of that song. Like, for example, the best version of like the Kanto Wild Pokemon theme, I think, is easily the anime version without question, because it's like one of the most iconic tracks from that show. that's almost kind of its own thing. Like, you can tell it's based on something, but it kind of doesn't feel like it's a direct recreation in the same way that some of the others are. Like, the Johto battle themes in the anime are really good, but you can tell that they're the Johto battle themes, like, because they follow it pretty closely, whereas that Kanto battle theme, the wild Pokemon, not the trainer one, that's a different one, but like the wild Pokemon one, like, you can tell it's based on something, but it still kind of feels like its own thing. I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and talk about the anime music for like 30 minutes, but the point is, I genuinely like really love the Shinji Miyazaki music at the very least. I've heard some of the newer stuff. I do like the there's not that many remixes though in the newer series, is to my impression. Like, I have the Journey's soundtracks, and there's not that much new stuff. Sorry, and it's mostly new stuff. There's only like 3 or 4 like tracks from the game itself. Like they have like the Sword and Shield Pokemon, wild Pokemon theme, battle theme. They have the gym leader theme in there, but that's about it. It's mostly original stuff that I admittedly haven't sat and like actually listened to, but like the little I have heard of, I'm not like the biggest fan of, because it's not really what I mean, of course it's a new composer, but like, you know. But I do think that the new composer did a good job on the Sword and Shield wild Pokemon theme. I actually think that's a really good, in fact, I think that's my favorite version of that track. And you know what's funny is, that's a track that I didn't think much of when the game first came out. You know, I just kind of thought of it as like, you know, it's a Pokemon battle theme. I didn't think of that much. But then like, but then I heard the one from like Scarlet and Violet, and the one in Scarlet and Violet genuinely actually no, not the wild Pokemon theme, but the trainer battle theme in Scarlet and Violet genuinely kind of unironically sounds like AI generated. Like, it kind of sounds like you asked ChatGPT, make a Pokemon battle theme. That's kind of what it sounds like. Maybe it's being a little too harsh, but I don't know. For some reason, like, that one just, it sounds very just, like, I don't know. It doesn't stand out, like, at all. I mean, that's a whole different thing from the anime conversation, but, like, that's just, like, something I kind of, yeah, thought of right there. Is like a... Like, the wild battle theme in Scarlet and Violet, I know there's, like, multiple wild battle themes in Scarlet, but when I say the wild battle theme, I'm referring to the main one, the one that's made by Masuda. Like, that one is not great, but it's definitely better than the trainer battle theme. That one feels, again, very genuinely, like, unironically, and I wouldn't really say this normally, but, like, it genuinely does kind of sound like ChatGPT make a Pokemon battle theme, because it sounds like one, but there's nothing noticeable or really catchy about it at all. It just kind of exists. I mean, I get it, it's the 9th game, but, like, or the 9th generation, but it's just, I don't know. But Sword and Shield had a good wild Pokemon theme, I thought. I like that one. Even the original version I like, but I definitely like the anime version more. The trainer battle theme in Sword and Shield, I'm not the biggest fan of, but again, it's definitely better than the one in Scarlet and Violet. Okay. Oh, yeah. Going way... I got sidetracked again. I was originally talking about, like, the classifications for, like, what you would consider, like, the original series. And, yeah, like, so here's how it actually works. So, according to Japan, and Japan is the most official you're gonna get, right? According to Japan, the original series is Kanto, Orange Islands, and Johto. That's all original series in Japan. Which, I'm not surprised by, because obviously it has the original trio, well, mostly original trio. Orange Islands had Tracy in it, but, you know, the original trio is more or less present for all of that. So I get the idea behind that being the original series. Plus, you know, again, Johto's like, you know, it's right next to Kanto, so like, sure, okay. But that's what they consider the original series. It's all just, you know, pocket monsters, right? Because that's what it's called in Japan. It's just pocket monsters. All three of those regions are one series in Japan. Whereas over here in the West, it used to be, you know, Indigo League is the original series. Then Orange Islands is its own thing, and then there's the 3 separate Johto seasons, which are all their own thing. But but those last 4 things are not the original series, just Indigo League. But then now they have that new classification of Pokemon the series The Beginning, which is like, I think it's just the original series in Orange Islands. Because I don't think there's a Pokemon the series Orange Islands. I think The Beginning counts Orange Islands as a part of it. And then all the Johto stuff is just Gold and Silver. All the Ruby Sapphire stuff is just Ruby Sapphire. Like, you know, it's all just one thing for the latter ones. But yeah, so we have 3 different classifications as for what the original series means. We have the Japanese definition, which is Kanto, Orange Islands, Johto. Then we have the original Western definition from the 4Kids days that we had for like 20 years, where it's Kanto is the original series, and it's just Kanto, Indigo League. And then now we have the beginning, which is Orange Islands and Kanto. I think I'd have to check. You know what? I'll check. I think that's how that works. Okay, so this is kind of funny. So I just went on Bulbapedia for a second, and you want to know the first thing I noticed? So you know how Bulbapedia has like the different categories on the side? Well, the first category is the anime, and it has a picture of like Ash and Pikachu. Well, I just now noticed it now says animation, not anime. Which is a bit funny. Now I'm gonna look at it a little more. I'm sure there's a perfectly good reason for calling it that. Actually, no, there is a perfectly good reason for calling it that, because there's more than just the anime now. Like, there's like that Philippine or Singapore produced Netflix series that came out. That's like Claymation or something like that. Isn't that's technically an anime? That's technically an animated series, but that's not in any way an anime. So that technically, so that's probably why it says animation now, because there's like the like not anime Pokemon animation projects that exist today, like that Netflix series and stuff. So like that's probably why it's called that. But yeah, it's just kind of funny that, because like for as long as I've ever used Bulbapedia, it's always said anime. And if you clicked on the link, it would take you to the page about the anime with like the cell from the Orange Islands episode, where they have to race down a hill in like an icy sled. Like that was what was there for like 15 something years, as long as I've ever known it. And now it says animation, and I'm gonna look at it in a second after this match. But this match, what is this, Smash? But after this race, but I think now it takes you, instead of taking you to the traditional Pokemon anime page with that cell on it, now I think it takes you to a landing page that has like, here's every Pokemon animated thing ever. Here's the main series, here's the side series, here's the stuff that isn't anime whatsoever. I think now it's set up like that. Which makes sense, because again, the anime is not just the anime anymore. Well, okay, the anime has technically never really been just the anime, because there was stuff like Pokemon, like Chronicles and Generations and stuff that are anime, but they're not the main series of their own thing. But what I mean is, like, again, like that Netflix show that's made in like the Philippines or whatever. Like, that is not anime by any definition, but it is an animated show. So that would justify calling it animation now, I guess. Let me look again. I'm gonna look exactly what it says. Okay, so yeah, it takes you to like a page, and it has. So okay, so it has a bunch of things. So it has just a general animation thing, and it has basically all of the recent series plus like spin-offs and other things. So it has Journeys, I see Sun and Moon, it has Horizons, it has Pokemon like Concierge. I think that's like that Netflix show that's like made in the Philippines and looks completely different than any other thing we've ever seen from Pokemon. I've never seen it, but I know it exists. There's that. So yeah, there's the Netflix show. There's all of the various Winds shows. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know, there's Twilight Winds for Sword and Shield. There was the Hisuian Snow thing for Legends Arceus. And then there was the Paldean Wind. Like, all of those, like, little series that are their own thing. But are anime, but aren't the main series at all. They're their own thing. Then there's, like, Pokemon Chronicles, Pokemon Generations, Pokemon Origins, again, side things that have nothing to do with anything. There's also some YouTube stuff like Poke-Tunes. I mean, I know that like the Winds series are also YouTube series as well, but like other YouTube series, Pokemon Evolutions, which I didn't even know existed. The only reason I even knew it existed was because I saw a screenshot on the wiki once of, I think, what was her name? Like Elaine, like the female Let's Go character. Like, she apparently is in it, which surprised me because I'm like, really, they're using Let's Go characters and stuff now? That's kind of random, but then again, it's a side series, so I guess sure, why not? I don't know. I just saw that screenshot one day. I was like, wait, what? They put her in like a show? Because they don't really do that with like characters that aren't already in the mainline anime, right? Like, yeah, I was gonna say Ethan was not in any of the anime, but that's a lie, because Ethan's not in the main anime, but Ethan is in that Pokemon Chronicles thing or whatever from like the Johto era, where they also had Chris, but they didn't call her Chris, they called her something else or something. I don't know, it's been a long time. Anyways, point is, they got all of the animated stuff of any kind on there, and then they have a section that's dedicated to just like the mainline series itself, or Pokemon the series as it's called here, and they're all, again, by the modern definition, but then also the old definition below it. It's like, again, this whole thing of like, what is it actually, because of the whole renaming. So yeah, I was right. So Pokemon series, the beginning is Indigo League and Orange Islands, and then Gold and Silver is all the Johto stuff, Ruby Sapphire is all the Ruby Sapphire stuff, you know, etc, etc, etc. Beyond that point, it's pretty obvious, but yeah. So I guess both definitions are still technically correct. It's just weird to me that they like made two of them. Because it's like halfway through. So I think what happened. Okay, so here's what I think actually happened. So the first, I think, 8 seasons, which is Kanto, Orange Islands, Johto, and most of Hoenn, were dubbed by 4Kids. And when they dubbed it, they gave them those unique taglines like advanced and stuff like that, right? Instead of just calling it what it is. But I think in Japan, they had always called it just one name. They didn't split them up. So like over here, Hoenn is like 4 different seasons, but in Japan it's just one long season under one name. They didn't have advanced challenge, they didn't do all that. They just had the one. And so I guess maybe this is their way of retroactively doing that for the West. Now it's the series Ruby and Sapphire, but they also still have the old names because that's what people, because they still did that even in the modern seasons, right? Like they do this thing where they have multiple names for some reason, right? Like I don't know why they do it that way. That seems kind of unnecessary to have like multiple names for the same, like, do we really need Journeys, Master Journeys, Ultimate Journey? Do we need that? Do we need to have 3 or 4 different names for the same season? Like, I get the idea behind it. You know, something new is happening, therefore we're changing the name to be in line. Or at least that's how it was for some of them. But it's just kind of weird that, like, that like they're split up like that, at least for some of them. Because, yeah, in Japan, as far as I'm aware, they've never done the split-up season thing where they have, like, 3 or 4 different names for... It's just the one name. Yeah, Advanced Generation. Yeah, I think that's the name. Yeah, I think... Yeah, it's not literally Ruby and Sapphire. It was still Advanced something. So they were still playing into that pun because, of course, get it? Because Hoenn on the Game Boy Advance, so we're going to call it Advanced. Like, obviously, that was the whole idea behind that. So I guess 4Kids, they brought that over when they dubbed it, but the difference is that like with Johto, they kept changing the name every season. Again, Advanced, Battle, They kept changing it every time. But again, when the dubbing changed from 4Kids to whoever does it now, I think it's like some division of the Pokemon Company or whatever, like, they kept that naming convention alive, right? Because there's Diamond and Pearl Battle Dimension, Diamond and Pearl Galactic Battles, Diamond and Pearl Sinnoh, whatever. Like, they kept that tradition of changing the name every season. For up until Horizons, well, okay, Horizons may do the same thing again, but maybe they won't because it's its own thing, kinda? I don't know. Horizons has not been around long enough for them to, like, change the name. To my knowledge. I think it's just Horizon. Well, okay. So, you want to know something else that's weird? And I get why they did this. Because it would be weird to call it this in the West. But, like, Journeys is not Journeys in Japan. It's just Pocket Monsters, like, 2019 or whatever. Like, it's just Pocket Monsters. There's no subtitle at all. The Journeys name was made up for the West. Now, that I can understand, because it'd be weird to just call it Pokemon when all the other seasons have been called Pokemon something. But wasn't that also the case in Japan, barring the original series anyway? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, man. But yeah, I don't think... Oh, this is kind of funny. So, the wiki does not consider Horizons to be the series. Because it's not in here. It ends at Journeys. I mean, it is its own thing, really, but, like, is it considered that officially? Actually, it might be. I think I went on the forum, not the forum, but I think I did go on the website a little while ago, and I believe that the website, oh, what the? Oh, I didn't realize I lost. Yeah, I believe, what was I gonna say, dang it? I'm guessing we've been going at this for a while, but I'm enjoying myself, so who cares? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I believe in the animation, okay, so on the Pokemon website, it's just animation. On the forum, it says anime, but on the website itself, it just says animation. And the series is all of the Ash stuff. Horizons is considered its own thing, which it is, basically, but I don't know, I never was really sure if they considered it a separate thing officially. Or if it was just effectively separate, like, because obviously Horizons is basically a full reboot. Basically. New protagonists, right? But it's still the direct successor to Journeys. So is it still considered the series, or is it considered its own thing? But at least according to the website, it's its own thing, but that could also be just for the West. Does Japan consider Horizons to be a part of the long-running anime, or is it considered to be its own thing entirely? Because again, from a practical perspective, it is effectively its own thing. But because every new era of Pokemon has been connected for 25 years. It's like, you never know. I mean, personally, as far as I'm concerned, regardless of what the regardless of whether Pokemon in the West or Pokemon Japan, regardless of who anyone over there thinks, to me, at the very least, I will always consider, like, the Ash era, those, like, 25 years to be, that's, like, okay, my final wraparound to the whole what is the original series. You want to know what I think the original series is going to mean in 20 or 30 years? I think in, like, 10, 20, 30 years, when people say the original series, I think it's going to retroactively, over time, becoming Ash. That entire 25 year, that's the original series. Because really, that entire 25-year run is really one long series following the same character. And it only breaks with Horizons. So really, in like 10, 20, 30 years, all of that stuff will be the original series, because that's what it is, right? Like, because to most people, when they think of Pokemon, the anime, they think of Ash and Pikachu. You know, and they are the main characters for the first 25 years. So as far as I'm concerned, the first 25 years is going to retroactively become the original series, effectively. In a way. I mean, obviously there's always going to be people that are going to be like, the original series is Kanto and that's it. But I feel like in the long run, we're going to look back at the anime and we're going to be like, the original run, at the very least. Maybe not the original series, but the original run is that entire Ash era of like 25 years. But that's just the way I look at it. Because again, Horizons is completely separate. It's the next generation in the line. It's the official successor to all that other stuff. But it, in and of itself, is completely separate. Again, though, it probably takes place in the same world, so we're probably going to see old characters at some point. But it's effectively a new thing. Oh, man. We've been going for 4 hours, and we just now finally finished up all of this. Yeah, I think that's all of them. I would do the battle mode if it wasn't for the fact that the battle mode in this version is infamously the worst battle mode in the entire series. You know what? Just for the heck of it, let's do a match. Just for the heck of it. Even though, yeah. We'll do a match. Because why not? And this time I'll use my Mii. I've always used the Kirby one, so I'll just use the Kirby one, I guess. I do genuinely wonder what they were thinking by making the battle mode like this. Why is the battle mode in Vanilla 8 not even really like, why did they do it this way? I mean, they fixed it in Deluxe, but like, why was it originally like this? Who at Nintendo was like, yeah, for the battle mode of Mario Kart 8, let's not even have any battle mode tracks? Like, why? Like it completely defeat the. I have never actually tried to do a real match of battle mode in the original game because it's just like, why would I? The mode may as well not even exist. And again, they fixed this in Deluxe, and that's great. But it's so weird that, like, yeah, it really does feel like an afterthought, which is weird because battle mode has been there since the first game. And yet, for some reason, it really does feel like battle mode was added in at like the last second and they didn't have enough time to put in like actual maps. Also, it's just balloon battle. I think it's just balloon battle. There's no, and none of the other modes are there. It's just, and I know balloon battle is like the main one, but like I think it's just balloon battle too. It really was an afterthought in Vanilla 8. It really was. Like, if they did that now, that would go over so poorly. I mean, it probably went over poorly back then. But that was a different time, because no one really cared. See, this is an entire conversation I am not going to get into, because I've been talking for long enough. But back in 2014, no one paid attention to Nintendo outside of the community. And so because of that, when they did something dumb, it didn't get as much discussion as it would now. That's a whole conversation I could have right there. I'm not going to, because that's a whole conversation in and of itself. But my main point with that is, if Mario Kart 9 had done what Mario Kart 8 did today, people would have been like, the backlash would be insane. But because this was the Wii U era, where no one cared about them, no one really complained about it that much. And I'm not necessarily saying that's a good or a bad thing. Again, that could be a whole conversation in and of itself. But I don't remember there being that much backlash back then. But I think that was mainly down to the fact that nobody cared about the Wii U, and no one cared about Nintendo. They didn't pay them any time whatsoever. Which, in retrospect, is something I, in a weird way, I kind of miss. in a weird way, I kind of miss the days of the Wii U era, where like it was kind of its own thing from everything else. Yeah, it's a weird thing to be nostalgic about, but for some weird reason, I kind of just missed the day, because I remember when Nintendo used to be like a joke and no one took them seriously back then. I remember. And then I remember when the Switch came out and they were finally taken seriously, I was like, yes! At first. At first, I was glad. Like, during, like, 2017, which in my opinion is the best year of the Switch. Don't at me. That year was just like they just, like, fired on, like, all cylinders that first year. It came at the cost of having a lackluster second year outside Smash, but they had a lot of big stuff that first year. And it thrust Nintendo back into the mainstream. They were finally mainstream again. And I liked that at first. As time went on, I began to like it less and less for various reasons. Because I kind of miss the days when the Nintendo community, at least to me, was a lot smaller. It really kind of sort of is the, like the the old, I liked this band before it was cool. It's kind of that, but for different reasons. For different reasons. Reasons that don't really make sense to most people, but I don't know. There's just something about that era, where, yeah, no one cared, but at least we were our own thing. And I don't know. It's a weird thing that, again, could be a whole conversation in and of itself. I'm not going to really go into that, but my main point, going back to Mario Kart, was that if Mario Kart 9 effectively had no real battle mode, it would get a lot more talk, regardless, today than it would have back then, just because the Switch has elevated Nintendo's mainstream popularity to, in my opinion, the biggest it's ever been. I think Nintendo is probably more popular and more talked about and more in the gaming conversation now than they have been probably ever, or at least in a really long time. Because they were ostracized as being their own thing for so long, especially during the Wii U era, where, like, there was the gaming community, which was like, Xbox, PlayStation, PC, and then there was the Nintendo community, which was its own little bubble, that was its own thing back then. But now that bubble is gone for the most part. Now that's mostly gone. Now the Nintendo community is just as much a part of the regular community as most of the others. I mean, it's still its own thing to some extent, but it's no longer that separate bubble. And in a weird way, I kind of miss that bubble. It's a good thing that things are the way they are now. But I do kind of miss when it was its own thing in a weird way. It's weird. It doesn't really make sense. I will acknowledge that, but anyways. Okay, I don't know. We'll go with 5 minutes of this. Because, like, when people talk about the Wii U 3DS era and, like, kind of the older eras, they talk about stuff like, you know, Iwata and Reggie. And don't get me wrong, I miss Iwata and Reggie, and that's definitely a part of it. But also just, yeah, stuff like, again, like, there was that bubble. And in a weird way, I kind of missed having that bubble. In a weird way. Because, yeah, people didn't talk, they weren't respected back then. But at least, like, we were our own thing. And people, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It's a weird thing. Doesn't really make any sense. But enough about that. Okay, so yeah, what do we gotta do for this? I didn't even realize you didn't get all the stages. I thought you got all the stages. You don't even get all of them. You get like 8. I mean, 8 would be typical for like a regular battle mode, but when you're saddled with like not any other real stages, it's like. We'll go with Donuts Plane 3, I guess. I'm trying to think, like, what's like the best possible one I could pick? What I find funny now is that the Wii was widely mocked online, but now everyone internet loves it. Guy with the Wii, but so weird. Now I was a kid when the Wii was a thing. And so obviously I was in my own bubble. I wasn't paying attention to the internet anywhere near the scale I am now. I didn't look on forums. I never looked for what people thought about the Wii or any of that stuff really during that lifetime. So all I knew was the people I knew. And we loved the Wii. Like, my friends liked the Wii. I liked the Wii. Like, I mean, as kids, like, obviously we liked the Wii and no one ever disagreed with that. But that was before I was like, that's before I really got invested in like paying attention to stuff. So I'm sure when the Wii was first announced, there were people that were like, what's this piece of crap underpowered hardware with motion controls? Give us a real console. I'm sure there was a lot of people on forums back then that said that. I have no doubts about that existed back then. But look at it from the perspective of someone that grew up with the thing. It was a good console. It has classic games on it, you know? I mean the Wii isn't perfect. No console's perfect, but like, I mean, obviously, would it have been nice if it was HD? Of course. Especially retroactively. I mean, at the time, okay, I will give them this. The whole it doesn't support HD thing, that didn't matter until after the Wii era for me, because we didn't get our first real proper HD TV until like around the time the Wii was kind of going out the door. Like, during the entire Wii, most of my time playing the Wii was on a CRT of one kind or another. We didn't get our first flat screen in the living room until 2013. And even then, it was an old flat screen that we got from our cousins. So in fact, I remember when I got the Wii U for Christmas in 2012, hooking it up to our old CRT in the living room and playing Nintendo Land and New Super Mario Bros. U with black bars on the top and bottom because, you know, the Wii U was only widescreen, you know, for all the games, but it still supported, you know, composite and stuff. Like that is how long we held on to a CRT as kind of our main form of stuff. But then after that point, we rapidly got new TVs. Like, we got new TV in the living room. We got we got a couple of other small HD TVs for like our different rooms and stuff. But yeah, like so basically for the entire Wii era, it was mostly CRT with composite. The cables that came in the box. I do have component cables, but I didn't get those until long after. And obviously the Wii U was backwards compatible with the Wii games anyway, and it had HDMI, so yeah. Wait, why didn't I start it yet? But I guess what I'm trying to say is, them not supporting HD at the time was probably not that big of a deal, because most people I knew during that time span were on CRTs. We were on CRTs for the longest time. It wasn't until basically around the time the Wii U came out that we finally started moving away from CRTs. And like replacing all of them with flat screens of some kind. In fact, you know something that I guarantee you? From what I remember, I don't think I started to see CRTs really go away until, yeah, around the time of the Wii U and especially like the PS4 and Xbox One coming out. You wanna know why I think that was the case? I think a part of that reason is because the PS4 and Xbox One didn't support composite or any of the older standards. It was just HDMI. So if you wanted to upgrade to a PS4 or Xbox One, you had to buy a new TV. You couldn't wait any longer. Now, yes, I know there's like adapters and converters, and there's ways to use them on CRTs, obviously, but like it just had HDMI. So for most people, you had to have an HDMI display. And that's where I feel like I finally started to see CRTs finally fade away. It was like during that like 2012 to like 2015 time frame. That's when they started to finally like by 2015 they were pretty much gone, as far at least for what I knew. Obviously, I'm sure some people still had them back then, and of course there are people that have held on to them because of, you know, retro stuff. I mean, I'd like to have a CRT again. I actually do have a CRT. I do have a CRT, but it's this small little portable CRT I got a long time ago that like makes this annoying like buzzing sound, so it's like annoying to use, and it's small. It's not great, but I do have one technically still, but yeah, I don't know. The point is, as a kid, the Wii was like pretty beloved. You know, in fact, I didn't know a single person growing up that had a 360 or PS3. We all had Wiis. It was like Wiis or GameCubes. No one had a PS3. No one really had a. The 360 was more okay. I knew my cousins had a 360 before we had a. We got a 360 like when like near the end, I think. Well, actually, I think. When did we get our 360? Because okay. So you know how there's the original 360, and then there's like the 360S that's like way better that's like way better and doesn't overheat and doesn't red ring, and also like is like, you know, whatever, like, you know, like, there's the newer one, right? So my cousins, they had the original 360, and then when the 360S came out, they got the 360S, and we got their old original 360. But we didn't use it in any real capacity for a long time. It wasn't until 2013 that we finally got Xbox Live Gold and finally started using it in like a real capacity. Like we got Black Ops 2, we got Minecraft, when GTA 5 came out, we got that. And those three games were like the three games that we played for like a couple of years. Like, every time we got home from school, we'd boot up one of those three games. That was like the trinity for me from like 2013 to like 2015. Those were kind of like the three games. Black Ops 2, especially earlier on, obviously, but Black Ops 2, Minecraft, and GTA 5. On the 360. On the 360. But outside of my cousins, though, I didn't know anyone that had a 360 really. Like, okay, anyone my age. I should probably rephrase that, because my cousins were older than me. Or are older than me, I should say. And they were back then, obviously. So, they were older, so they had a 360. And they also had an original Xbox. In fact, I remember they had a bin. It's not there anymore, but they had a bin for the longest time in, like, the room where they had the TV set up that had, like, all of their old original Xbox stuff. Their old controllers, their old headsets, their old games. And they had that laying around for a long time too. They were an Xbox household. They didn't have any Nintendo consoles. They had Nintendo handhelds, but they didn't have consoles. They didn't have a GameCube. They didn't have a Wii. Now, much later on, when the Wii U came out, I know that one of them did get a Wii U, and that was in there sometimes. But growing up, it was Xbox and Xbox 360, and then they had like their old GBA games in a drawer that I would occasionally play whenever we went over there. And they had a lot of old Pokemon games. Like they had, you know, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, Crystal. All of like the first 3 generations. They even had, I don't know if they still have it. I should ask them if they still have it, if they still want it, because I kind of would love to have this. But they had like the old, probably original from the era, don't actually know. But they had like an old like red, blue, yellow strategy guide that I used to read back then. I wonder if they still have that, if they still want it. Because I'd like to have it. That'd be kind of cool to have. I don't have many strategy guides. I do have a Sonic Colors strategy guide and a Mario Galaxy 2 strategy guide from back in the day, but that's about it. Because obviously, what's the point of buying a strategy guide when you can just go online? So they've kind of faded away over time. I think and I know they still exist though. I know that strategy guides, like physical strategy guides, they still exist. I know they still exist. But obviously they have fallen off a lot as time has gone on because you can just go online and get the same thing for free. There's also not as many hidden things as there used to be, because, you know, back in the day there would be like unlockables and hidden codes and stuff. That's not really a thing anymore, you know, in a lot of games. It's you know, kind of just, you know, for most games now, it's the base game and everything in the base game is unlocked from the start, and then there's the DLC that comes later. But the concept of like unlockables and like hidden codes you could have to enter, that doesn't really exist anymore for the most part. So that's another reason why those guides probably aren't really a thing anymore. Because I have an old like DS, PSP like thing that had codes in it. Like that wouldn't exist nowadays because most games don't do that anymore, you know? Halo 3 was wild in the late thousands on Xbox Live. Yeah, I wasn't really around for that, but I know I've heard people talk about that. That and Halo 2, you know, being like a big thing for them back then, but yeah. Well, I'll have to leave, but it was fun talking. Yeah, I enjoyed talking with you a lot. Yeah, thank you, YBT, for joining in here and kind of resurrecting the streams. Because there wasn't really much going on before you joined in, but I'm really glad to see it pop in. Really enjoyed talking with you, and I hope to see you again sometime. And it's about time too, because we have basically done everything we're gonna do, and we've been streaming for like 4 hours, and I'm hungry, and it's time for us to leave anyway. So, yeah. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, sincerely. I really enjoyed talking with you about stuff. But yeah, that is Vanilla Mario Kart 8. That's Vanilla Mario Kart 8 right there. That's probably, I'm not gonna say it's the last time I'll ever play it, but it's probably gonna be one of the last times I play it, because obviously, I mean, I don't even, because, well, obviously there's not much of a point in playing it, right? I mean, it's Vanilla Mario Kart 8. Why play Vanilla Mario Kart 8 when you can play Deluxe with all the Booster Course Pass stuff? But hey, it's the 10-year anniversary, so we may as well dust off the Wii U version for maybe not the last time, but one of the last times. I mean, I obviously played it. I played it for the Wii U online shutdown thing that happened last month. I played it for a bit on there, but this is more or less going to be the proper send-off. I'm probably not going to stream the Wii U version of this again. Probably outside of maybe if I mess around with maybe once Pretendo becomes more mature, I'll pop it in and we'll mess with it on that. But this is probably going to be the last time I ever stream the Wii U. I mean, not that I've ever streamed the Wii U version that much anyway, because why would I? But yeah, this is probably going to be the last big hurrah for the Wii U version for me, so yeah. The game that never dies. The game that never dies. And yeah, I guess that's basically it. Yeah, that's gonna basically be it. Again, thank you, YB. I don't know why I said JBL. Obviously, what is that? That's the speaker manufacturer for headphones. Oh my god. YBT, thank you for stopping by. Also, thank you to Ethan. He stopped by for a little bit, and Rodrigo from way earlier. Thank you for stopping by as well. And to anyone else that showed up at some point, just didn't say anything, thank you for showing up as well, of course. And yeah, as for future, what's going to be happening next, I said this earlier in the stream a couple of times, but I will most likely be streaming the... I actually haven't seen when it... Okay, you know what? I've said I'm going to stream the State of Play, but I haven't actually seen when it's starting. Because if it's at like 10 a.m., I might not bother. I don't feel like getting up. For me, early-ish for that. That to me, that's kind of early because my sleep schedule is kind of wonky right now. When is it? It is 3 p.m. Yeah, so we're going to stream that. We're going to stream that tomorrow if anyone's interested. I'm not expecting too much out of it in terms of stuff I want to see. I mean, I guess Spider-Man DLC, I guess. I don't know. That's really about it. I mean, obviously... I mean, we're not going to see Atlas anything at a PlayStation event ever again, I feel like. Atlas, they got their marketing deal with Microsoft. They've had it ever since the ports came out a few years ago. It's probably going to stick. So, if Persona 6 gets announced anytime soon, because I know there's talk about Persona 6 again, and apparently the color is green, so... I mean, we kind of already suspected that, but probably the color is going to be green. And there's like a beta logo floating around out there, or whatever. Point is, because Atlas is going to most likely be at the Xbox event, they're probably just going to show off the answer and more Metaphor ReFantazio. But if they do want to drop Persona 6 anything, even if it's just a Chairs trailer equivalent, where they basically don't show us anything outside of the logo, it will probably be at that event and not a State of Play because they got the deal with Microsoft. Even though Persona 6 is most likely not going to be on Game Pass, because Metaphor isn't on Game Pass either. At least as far as we know, it's not. So it's probably not going to be on Game Pass. I mean, maybe it will. Maybe they'll get that deal. Maybe they will get Persona 6 on Game Pass. But it's going to be on Xbox like everything is now for them. All their stuff is multi-platform. The day of them being only on PlayStation, that's over. So, but also they're not doing stuff at PlayStation events anymore. They're not doing them at Xbox events or their own events. The rare times they do those these days. But anyways, point is, we're gonna stream the State of Play tomorrow. That's the main takeaway. We're gonna stream the State of Play tomorrow. You guys want to tune in for that? By all means. If not, no big loss. We're probably not gonna get that much out of it. At least not that much that I'm gonna personally be invested in. But hey, we're gonna watch it because why not? And that's really about it. Outside of that State of Play stream, again, I mentioned this a long time ago at this point, but I will be doing a Switch 2 discussion with Ethan. Like a speculation discussion. I'm sure we'll do a discussion when the thing gets revealed, but like a speculation discussion, we're gonna do that probably sometime next month, probably after the June Direct, just to be 100% about it, even though it doesn't really matter because they're not gonna have the Switch 2 there anyway, but because we already know it, they literally said it, but I know. That's what's in the pipeline. So State of Play tomorrow, and then we're gonna do a discussion for Switch 2 speculation stuff sometime probably next month. That's really about it for right now. And with that being said, this is Logan59XP, and I will see you guys next time.